Okay, this is the Tuesday, April 9th, 2024 City Council meeting. Roll call, please, Anne Marie.
Councilmember Orgill.
Here.
Councilmember Weiss.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ranagi.
Here.
Mayor Kim.
Here. Okay, at this time, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance and Councilmember Weiss will lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, as we're coming out of closed session, I'll ask our city attorney, Megan Garibaldi, if there's any report this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the 4 items listed on the agenda. There was no public comment in advance of the closed session item. And there's no reportable action with respect to the second item of existing litigation matter 2, Laguna Beach Company versus City of Laguna Beach. Councilmember Orgill recused himself from the discussion of that item.
Thank you, Megan. Okay, I'll ask Gavin, are any additions or deletions from the agenda this evening?
No changes tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll open it up for public comment. Anything that's not on the agenda, please come forward.
How you doing? My name's T, and everybody stood up for the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't know if you listened to the Pledge of Allegiance, but it says liberty and justice for all. I don't know if you know what liberty means. I served in the Navy for 7 years, and I enjoyed my liberty. It means enjoying time off. In this society, there really is no liberty, nor is there justice. When people get hit by a car on PCH, what do? Thoughts and prayers on Facebook. That's what you do. Thoughts and prayers. Twitter, all these things, thoughts and prayers. What justice has been done for people who are hit by cars and animals? What justice? A lot of talk, no action. Right? I see all these metal things on the Playhouse, Laguna Playhouse and all that stuff. I see all these metal things to pay where people can walk, but there are no metal things to protect walkers so they don't get hit by cars. And then you have these sidewalks that are 4 feet freaking high. Little kids, I mean, if they fall, that's deadly. And Laguna Beach leadership, what intellects? Bob Whalen, I wonder how you got your job, Whalen. It's sad. You do not lead. I don't know what you do, but true leaders need to be in leadership positions in Laguna Beach. I don't know what you do. Bus stops, they don't have any times. It's horrible. The sidewalks, the traffic. Oh, I just thought of a concept that you might not have heard of because it's so in the future. It's called a bridge. I know Laguna Beach has never heard of a bridge before. Maybe you could develop a bridge in Laguna Beach with all your money. I don't know. That's future concept, right? I mean, 73 has that bridge for how long? Oh, earthquakes. Oh. How long has that 73 bridge been up? Has earthquakes ever taken that thing down? I have 34 seconds. I know you're trembling, right? All this truth. It's horrible. And last thing, why are there deadly weapons in here? Why are there deadly weapons in here? Are you planning on killing people? It doesn't make sense to have deadly weapons in here. It just doesn't make sense if you care for humanity. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Hi, my name is Cademan Welch, and I'm just up here to talk about an event at Laguna Beach High School. It's called the Walking for Water event. I'm going to talk a little bit about the who, what, when, where, and why, just so y'all can be informed and if you can. So the who, it's a bunch of local Laguna Beach students at the high school. Last year, we had about 50 turn out just to host the event. We have a bunch of local community members also turn out last year. So the who, the what, next I'm gonna talk about. So what are we doing? We're raising money through a silent auction and a walk at the track. So this money is going to be going towards building wells in India and Africa and funding women and children. I think we've done some in Togo and Burkina Faso. So we're looking to expand, and then the who, what, when. So the when, April 21st, this Sunday coming up. Let's see, I don't know how many days exact. So April 21st, this Sunday. The time is going to be from 12 to 3. So why? I can talk a little bit why. So I visited Liberia, Africa, but a year and a half ago in the summertime. So just walking around and seeing all these dried out rivers with trash and just the necessity and the need for water in these torn and broken down places. And it kind of just really hit me deep in the heart how much they're lacking with basic necessities. And I just saw the club here and I was like, oh, I might as well join. So just to let y'all know, it's you can put it in your calendar. It's April 21st. You can also look up our website. It's wisdomspring.org if you'd like to donate through there, or you can attend and buy some items. That's also a great way to support, or just spreading the word. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Also have some flyers if you'd like to stop by.
You could leave them with the city clerk right here. Thank you. Anybody else want to make a comment on any items that are not on the agenda this evening? Okay, then I'll close public communications. Nope.
I think
Oh,
there's one more.
Come on up, Tony.
I was tempted to contact each of you individually, but you know, I like having the opportunity to share this with all of you at one time. There was discussion about talking about affordable housing in the downtown and second and third stories on old buildings and so forth. So my request for you going forward is to do some critical thinking up front and to suggest that you can take an old one-story building and add 2 stories on top, or even one, is highly difficult. I'll call it difficult. And I don't know if we have a lot of very talented architects in town. And I think before you put something like this out as a possibility for solutions for affordable housing, that we take a look at the impact of what it would be. There was also the talk about a half a parking place per unit. And before, when the preparatory lot was considered for senior housing, and several of you were in the room when this came up, there was going to be senior housing there and absolutely no parking because seniors don't need parking. And I believe that we do. You know, I know a lot of people that are even older than I am that are still driving. And, you know, I'm not going to ride my bicycle to the doctor. You know, we need to accommodate and respect the people who are going to be there. But I think the biggest thing, and probably Alex can give us a lecture on this one, is if you take money, state money, if you take federal money for housing, who gets to get in line first? The people who are already in line. So we're not going to be doing this. If you take money from other places, you're not going to accommodate Laguna residents because the line is long. They're in Philadelphia, they're all over. Very, very hard to do something unless you do it with your own dime. So hopefully these are things you'll consider going forward.
Okay, thanks, Tony. Anybody else? Okay, I'll close public communications and I'll bring it back to the council. Any comments from our interim city manager first, Gavin Curran?
Just one comment tonight, Mayor. I would like to introduce our new interim director of community development, David Crabtree. He's right there in the audience, standing up. David is a retired annuitant, but he does bring a wealth of experience, having served as a community development director for the city of Brea before retiring in 2022. And he has recently completed some interim assignments from the cities of Buena Park, Fountain Valley, and Chino Hills. And just so everyone in the audience, as well as the council knows, Mark McAvoy will be returning to his duties as our Director of Public Works and Utility. But I'd just like to welcome David.
Mark's thrilled. I saw that. Okay, I'll go to council comments. Councilmember Weiss, any comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to tie up some loose ends and some issues I didn't comment in the last couple of meetings, but I know about some time ago recently, the council voted to 5-0 to initiate the first step in looking at building a municipal pool. Soon after that, I think, I'm not meaning any disrespect to you, Mayor, but you were quoted in a local newspaper saying that a second pool would never be built. If I'm wrong about that, I'd please correct me. And I appreciate the explanation of those comments if they are accurate and why you don't support the council decision you voted with. On March 23rd of last year, council received an annual crime statistic report from the police department. And I've asked the chief to provide one for this year, and we don't have one. And I don't have a date for securing a date. And I'd like to ask the interim city, as acting city manager and the police chief for a date to provide the annual crime statistic report to the council and to the public, which I think is fair. So the next thing I have is that about 6 months ago, interim city manager Sean informed me that we had a problem with we needed a lot more legal services from BBK, and we're going to sign a lawyer to design review to planning commission and to community development, and that would be cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. I understood that we needed help, but none of this is, we recently approved $1 million, even though this is going backwards to a decision made by the city manager, interim city manager on this, and I think needed to be done. But that being said, I think the public also needs to know, in council, I'm still unclear as to the exact reasons we've done this, what events have pushed this, what lack of due diligence has caused this. So it's a concern I have, and I'd love to have it answered. I'd also like to ask the city attorney whether it was proper and legal for the city staff to ask a state assembly member to initiate a bill that allows the city to start discussions with Caltrans to take over responsibility for Coast Highway. I don't believe we voted on that, and it is a policy decision. So, and it should have been voted on if it was by the city council before that action took place. I look forward to hearing comments and answers on these questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Orgel.
Well, welcome, Dave. I didn't catch your last name to Community Development. And congratulations, Mark, for being relieved and getting back to Public Works. And I'd like to thank Greg Abel, the completion of the wall around the pepper tree. I think it was very kind and generous of him to offer to do that and stay on budget with it. And I just want to make sure that he understands that it's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Bob?
Just two quick items. First, on the state of the city, I think we were all there. I want to congratulate the mayor and staff. I thought it was an excellent presentation. And as always, it was a big turnout. And then just a heads up for the council, tomorrow I will be going to Long Beach to testify to the California Public Utilities Commission regarding the upcoming Edison rate case. I think, as I've shared with you previously, they have indicated that Laguna Canyon Road would be a candidate for their targeted undergrounding program. So I'm going to go offer some comments in support of that program, in support of the CPUC funding that program. That's it.
On this weekend, I attended the Senior Legacy Ball, and Stephanie Skandarian and George Heed were the co-chairs of the event. And it was a very good event. The exciting part was General Butler and his family, on behalf of Doreen Butler, who was a member of the Suzy Q board for a long time. They gave a very generous $1 million contribution to our seniors. So I'm very grateful for all the work that the Suzy Q does for our seniors in need. Other exciting news, I attended Supervisor Foley's Women Making a Difference event at the Orange County Museum of Art. And I have to say, Laguna Beach women walked did very well at this event. We had 3 winners. Michelle Reinglass won for the mediator category. Jane Fulton, she won the award for nonprofit for her work with Seaside Legal Services, and Annie Delladonna won for the civil rights category. So I'm very grateful for Supervisor Foley for recognizing these great Laguna Beach women. And then finally, there was a news story on the 11 p.m. news on Friday about a neighborhood that was essentially being terrorized by someone who had been arrested 15 times within the last year by our own police. And so when I heard about this, I called the chief, and I also reached out to the district attorney, and both of them were on top of this. And so I appreciate that we have a dedicated district attorney, because it's really unacceptable to have people who are getting arrested 15 times. In this case, there was an issue with parole and miscommunication between different agencies. But going forward, I just really appreciate the work of our police department in hand in hand with our partners at the district attorney's office. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Just a couple things for me. I want to welcome David Crabtree, and you got a lot of work to do, and I'm glad you're here, and I hope you'll enjoy your time here while we're looking for a permanent director. And just regarding George's comments about the pool, we had the State of the City. I was asked about it. My comments are on record. We didn't have everything we wanted in a pool, so we voted to build our own. So my comments are on record there and very widely distributed. So it's pretty clear what my position was. Okay, and with that, we're going to go to the consent calendar. We have 5 items. Council, anybody want to pull anything? Okay, does anybody from the public want to pull anything on the consent calendar? Okay. Can I have a motion then?
I'd move approval of items 1 through 5.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, we have a really exciting item coming up, item number 6, which is the appointment of our city manager and approval of employment agreement for city manager and finding said action exempt from CEQA. Dave, if you want to come up, and have a seat up here with us. It's probably the last time you'll be sitting down there, but. Okay, so Aggie, should I turn this to you? Do I turn this to you or Gavin?
To me, Mayor.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Aggie Nesh, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. I'm here to present item number 6 regarding the appointment of the city manager. The City Council engaged in an extensive, comprehensive, and competitive search for a new city manager starting on October 2023. The search included several rounds of interviews with several highly qualified candidates. Mr. Dave Kiff has been selected as the best qualified candidate to serve as the next city manager for the city of Laguna Beach. As part of the selection process, a comprehensive background check has been completed, including employment and education verification, federal and county criminal and civil searches, a review of his credit history, internet records search, and reference checks have also been completed. If his contract is approved tonight, he is expected to start on Monday, May 6th. To share some background on Mr. Kiff's qualifications, he has more than 20 years of experience in city management, including 9 years as a city manager in the nearby coastal full-service city of Newport Beach. After retiring from the city of Newport Beach, Mr. Kiff served as the interim city manager for several cities, including Huntington Beach, Healdsburg, and Sonoma, California. Most recently, Mr. Kiff has spent the last 3 years with Sonoma County as their director of the county's Homelessness Services Division. Mr. Kiff also has a bachelor's degree in business administration from Cal State University, Sacramento, and a master's degree in government administration from the University of Pennsylvania. Next, I'll go over an overview of his proposed contract. The duration of the contract will be 3 years with 2 one-year extensions. His annual base salary will be $315,000 with an annual cost of living increase based on CPI as determined by the Department of Industrial Relations, not to exceed 4%. He'll receive additional benefits that are aligned with other city management employees and set forth in the employment agreement, including medical insurance, life and long-term disability insurance, a vehicle allowance, technology stipend, sick, vacation, and administrative leave and holidays, and a 6-month severance package in the event of termination. Additionally, he will receive a monthly housing assistance stipend of $1,000, subject to automatic COLA increases with a 4% cap, reimbursement for wellness-related expenses up to $1,000 per year. His performance review will be conducted 100 days after his start and annually thereafter between April and June of each year. He will also receive $30,500 in deferred compensation, and that amount will be prorated for the partial years of service.
And on that point, council, if I could just draw your attention to the dais, you have a copy of the employment contract before you. To the last point that Aggie just mentioned, section 10B, we added clarifying language to make clear that the deferred compensation is prorated for partial years of service, including since Mr. Kiff is starting in May, his deferred compensation contributions for 2024 would be prorated accordingly. And then otherwise, this employment agreement has a handful of little clarification or typos or cleanups, like capitalization and clarification. The word assistant is assistance. If I ever write a book, I'm going to hire Councilmember Whalen as my copy editor. So the copies of this are also available for the public if anyone likes to see it.
Okay, thanks, Megan.
It's recommended that the city council adopt the resolution as presented and authorize the mayor to sign such agreement as modified. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Aggie. Any questions for Aggie? The council? No? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to come and comment on this item, please come forward. Nobody? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to council for comments. Anybody want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. I think we've just, experienced the last 6 months, what it's like to have a highly trained and skilled city manager with Sean Joyce, who's left recently. And now I think we have a reputed master of coastal city management with David Kiff. I'm happy for our Laguna Beach community, and I'm looking forward to working with and learning from Mr. Kiff. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the most important decision that we make is who our city manager is, because we can set all the policies and priorities that we want to come up with, but really none of those are going to happen without a city manager who can implement them. And I think it's hard to imagine that there's anyone better prepared to hit the ground running than Dave Kiff. I feel very grateful that he's willing to do this job, but I'm also just so optimistic about the future, what the future will bring. Newport Beach is a city that's very different than Laguna Beach, as we all know, but it has complex issues. Coastal Commission residents who have high expectations and who are highly engaged. During his time in Newport Beach, he oversaw like the Civic Center, which was a big capital project, which is going to be helpful for us as we move forward with our facilities master plan. When we look at things like community development, how we improve that department and make it, that requires complex thinking and the ability to really work with our employees, work with our residents, work with the council to figure out how we can improve things. So I feel I'm excited about what's to come. The best, you don't really need to embrace the uniqueness of Laguna Beach and understand how special it is to be city manager, but I think it's a bonus. So I'm looking forward to the work ahead with our new city manager.
Yeah, I'm very pleased that we're able to approve this tonight. Dave, welcome home. I think you may have worked in Newport, but you lived in Laguna for a long time. So you certainly know our community and the essence of it and the importance of it. And that's, I think, very important. And I think Alex said it well, I think we all are looking forward to working with you and, moving the organization ahead. As you know, from some of our conversations, we have a lot of ambitious goals and objectives, and you know, it takes a good leader to implement those. So we look forward to your leadership. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're very fortunate. So in Dave, what we have is somebody that has lived here for quite some time and was integrated into the community and participatory with the community. And so he understands our values. And then with the added benefit of running a complex city such as Newport Beach, I just don't see how it could get any better than that. So welcome, Dave, and I'm looking forward to working with you.
So I was, yesterday I had coffee with Dave because even though he hasn't started yet, I think he reached out to us and I had a chance to talk to him. So he's not even working and he's meeting with department heads and he's meeting with council members. And so it was impressed by that. And I think you're a really good fit for Laguna and I think we're going to work well together. And I'm looking forward to that. And I think your organization is as well. Okay, with that, can I get a motion on this contract?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Dave, would you like to say a few things?
Hopefully this will be the most you ever hear me talking at one point because the city manager should listen a lot. And I think I am a good listener. I'm really honored to be here tonight and to receive the support for the contract. I'm really looking forward to it. As has been mentioned, I lived in Laguna probably 22 years and drove up the road and worked, and every night I came home here. And there's a reason for that because it's a very special place. It's a place that I always felt embraced and comfortable and part of the community. And I just think it's so terrific at this point in my life to be able to work here again, because work here for the first time, because I feel like there were other opportunities that didn't come around the right time, and this one did. And I'm again ever so thankful and really looking forward to it. And we'll see you on May 6th.
Great. So council, I think we're going to take a picture with Dave.
Looking for my heart.
Oh, Dave, yeah, see you soon. Thank you.
Okay, that puts us to item number 7. This is an extension of an urgency ordinance of the city of Laguna Beach, recodifying chapter 25.95 of Laguna Beach Municipal Code, regulating single-family residential 1- and 2-story developments and urban lot splits pursuant to California Senate Bill 9. Hi, Amber. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Kemp and council members. Item 7 is an extension of an urgency ordinance. Ordinance number 1693, regulating single-family residential zones, single-family residential 1 and 2 unit. Sorry. Urban lot splits pursuant to SB 9. So just a bit of background here. On February 27th, 2024, City Council approved the urgency ordinance that lasts for 45 days. On March 14th, 2024, the new urgency ordinance took effect immediately upon the expiration of the previous urgency ordinance. And tonight we are requesting an extension of the urgency ordinance. The extension will be for the maximum amount of time, which is 22 months and 15 days, or until the SB 9 or the permanent SB 9 ordinance is certified by the Coastal Commission. So with that, staff is recommending that City Council adopt the ordinance extending the urgency ordinance and recodify Chapter 2595 of the municipal code and finding that action exempt from CEQA.
Okay, thanks, Amber. Any questions for Amber?
I just had one question, actually, maybe just a clarification. So on section 4 of the ordinance, it says the city council does hereby approve and amend chapter 2595. Are we amending it? I know we're approving it and I guess, but are we amending it? I thought we were just kind of extending the term of the urgency ordinance.
We are, thank you for the question. We are extending the urgency ordinance. There are no amendments proposed, and we're just asking that it be recodified in the code.
So should we take out, maybe this is a question for the city attorney, should we just take out and amend? So just we're approving?
I think that's a good idea. I think we could say approve and further extend chapter 2595 of the question really before you is whether to extend the urgency ordinance. And so I think that language is more accurate.
I think at one point along the way, we did amend it. So that's probably why the language may still be there, but okay, thank you.
It's the editor at work, Megan.
I know it.
He's always on duty.
To be honest. I had a question for actually Ann Christoph. She mentioned, she wrote to us and said the South Laguna Village Community Zone is not mentioned. Could you address that?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the South Laguna Village Community Zone is referenced as a medium density zone in the code. The SB9 is required for single family zones. And so we had not applied it when the urgency ordinance was originally adopted.
Okay.
Any other questions for Amber? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to comment on this item?
Good evening, Council. I've been going back and forth with Alex and the city attorney regarding the issue that George just raised. And the village community zone says it's a single family medium density zone. So I don't understand why it's not included in the list of zones that are covered by this. If there's a reason why South Laguna Community Zone shouldn't have SB9 applied to it, then tell me what that is. Otherwise, Three Arch Bay Zone is in it, R1, all these other zones are covered. So I wouldn't want someone to say, well, we can just do SB9 in the South Laguna Village Zone without any of these overriding considerations that you're adopting tonight. Also, I wondered why shouldn't the parking space that's required, it requires one space, shouldn't that be required to be on site? It doesn't say. So they could have a parking space down the street for it. And then why does the Director of Community Development get to waive lot line requirements and access to the sites without any kind of review? We wouldn't know, neighbors wouldn't know that these things have been waived. It's only up to the Director of Community Development to judge whether it should be waived or not. So those are the questions I'd like you to address.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from anybody in the room? Okay, I'll close the public hearing.
So for the first question about the South Laguna zone, that we wouldn't be able to do an SB9 project there because it's not single family. Well, I think their so that's yeah.
And is correct in that it says single family. It also says medium density. We have applied SB9 to low density single family zones. That was what the determination was when the urgency ordinance was first adopted. This is again not the permanent ordinance. This is an extension on the urgency ordinance.
So is is it possible that somebody could have a lot there and they say, this is eligible for SB9, and because it's not in this, that it could potentially not have these standards that we have here, or would it just not, it wouldn't apply?
The
I don't know.
Do you want, SB9, it expressly is outlined in the ordinance what zones SB9 applies to. So SB9 projects are only allowed in the R1 residential low density zone, RHP residential hillside, Lagunita zone, and 3 Arch Bay zone.
So it's not that these are the only ones that are protected with the objective standards. It's that these are the only zones where SB9 can happen.
This is where SB9 can happen.
Got it. And then the second question about the parking, does the plain language of the ordinance mean that the parking could be offsite, or how would we interpret that?
Staff has interpreted that to mean that the ordinance requires that the parking be located on the site. It wouldn't,
On-site.
it wouldn't pass a plan check if it was located off-site.
Okay. And then the part about the community development director approval, can you help me understand
Yeah.
what that?
Yeah, so the waiver doesn't, it only applies to the language immediately preceding that, which is specific to a flag lot or a zigzag lot. So there may be some situations where a flag lot is more beneficial for the community. The director has the ability to make that determination.
And arguably, because I think I remember when we passed this, originally there was an article in some news, like I think Cal Matters or something, that that criticized the city. So giving the director that discretion potentially could could that minimize an issue where somebody could argue that we're making it infeasible because of our regulations?
Yes.
Right. I mean, it seems like it's allowing us to have a more I don't want to say aggressive, but maybe aggressive approach by giving us a way to get out of it if there's a legal issue. Is that
Correct.
fair to say?
I think that's fair to say. I think it's a policy decision by the council to include that in the ordinance, but it provides the flexibility for the unique scenarios that Ms. Dawson noted.
I would like to know what's technically necessary, when deemed technically necessary. So there's some findings that need to be made to allow for that deeming to take place?
There are no findings listed under the urgency ordinance.
Okay.
It would be technically necessary, for example, if that was the only way that maybe the applicant could provide a street frontage, certain situations like that, if it's technically necessary to meet the other requirements for the SB9 lot split.
So we're really making it more permissive to allow the homeowner to build SB9 extra unit based on technical inadequacy or some inadequacy or failure to meet the proper requirements, and we
Well,
can make an exception.
So this particular provision applies specifically to the lot splits and not so much to the development.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay, thank you. Lots.
Any other questions or comments? Can I have a motion then?
Move the recommended action.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's 5-0. Okay. Thank you, council. Okay, next is regular item 8, Citizens Audit Review and Investment Advisory Committee.
Madam
report.
Mayor.
Oh, what?
Sorry. Because that's an ordinance, can we read the title into the record as part of the motion?
Read the title of the ordinance. Thank you, Megan.
An ordinance of the city of Laguna Beach, California for an extension of urgency ordinance number 1693 of the city of Laguna Beach, recodifying chapter 2595 of the Laguna Beach Municipal Code regulating single-family residential 1 and 2 unit developments and urban lot splits pursuant to California Senate Bill 9.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Megan? Okay, thanks. Good. Okay, on to item 8, which is our Citizens Audit Review and Investment Advisory Committee report on the results of the fiscal year 2021-22. And we have our committee here this evening. You guys want to, who's going to be giving the report, Kevin? Come on up and sit at the table here, guys.
Glenn Gray, our committee chair.
And Jolie.
And Greg Mack as well.
You okay?
No.
Okay. Okay. So we have Glenn Gray here
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
and
Uh,
Greg Mack, Jolie Eisner, and is Sasha, he's traveling or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So our committee has two agenda items tonight. The first one is to report on the results of the fiscal audit from the years of 2021-22. And then the second item has to do with outsourcing the investment portfolio. With respect to item one, I'll cover that, and then I'm going to ask Greg to help on item two. With respect to item one, the committee recommends that the city council receive and file the committee's report on the results of the fiscal year 2021-22 audit, along with our recommendations. In coming to our conclusions and the recommendations, we did review all the appropriate documents, the audit, the management letters, et cetera. We did meet with city staff to review those reports and the letters. We also met independently with the auditors. And through a subcommittee of this committee, we held some additional discussions with city staff as it related to some items that were noted in the compliance letters. So that was the process. The auditors have expressed what they call unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance possible. That's good news. Typical of most audits, the auditors did identify a few deficiencies with respect to internal controls, which is what we discussed with the city staff on several occasions. And the committee concluded that we do feel assured that the deficiencies are not systemic and that they have been addressed. And I would say sort of the common theme in those deficiencies relates to adequate staffing. So at the time when the audit was taking place, the finance department did not have a full staff. Things were getting done, but not in the most timely manner. So those have been addressed, but I would be remiss if I didn't say, given the timing, that we might see one or two of those appear again, only because they were being addressed during the 22-23 audit period of time. So just don't be surprised by that. Any questions on that?
Bob, go ahead.
First of all, thanks to the committee for the review and the recommendations. Appreciate that. It's always good to get an independent look at it. These questions may be more for Gavin than for the committee, which is, this audit was dated May 25th, 2023, which is 11 months after the end of the fiscal year, almost 11 months, just shy a few days, which strikes me, and based on my experience with other public agencies, as being very late. What can we do, and I don't know if the committee has any thoughts on this, what can we do to shorten up the time for the turnaround, like on the 23 audit and future audits?
So I can start if the committee has any comments. So one of the findings I think it talked about in the report for 22 was it was late. The 23 audit is just released, so that will be late as well. Meaning it's, the goal is to try to get reports out by the end of the calendar year. So the fiscal year ends on June 30th. The real goal for staff has been to try to get those reports issued by December of the end of the calendar year. And so they were late in 22 and in 23. So the council did add more resources, but there still is there is more work to be done. And so we've tasked our interim director to assist in coming up with additional resources to try to make sure we meet that December deadline. And when I say additional resources, we do have retired annuitants and other contract staff that are here. We will likely, once we get a full-time finance director on board, we'll continue the interim director on board through the end of the fiscal year or end of the calendar year. And that's really to try to make sure we get all of the audit closing reports done, all of the bank reconciliations and other things that really are necessary to get an audit close completed. And the idea is we'll pour more export resources into it so we can meet that December deadline. And once we get on that deadline, it becomes a lot easier. It's just been, just for staff's benefit, it's been quite a run from the end of the pandemic, which was in 21, 22, and now we're getting into 23. There's been some turnover, which did cause some delays in getting the audits completed. But we know we need to do better. We know we need to get that December deadline. That's good for the city. It's good for the staff to have a 6-month break for the next audit starts. So that goal, and the new director knows, the interim director knows, is to hit that December target. That is the date we want to make sure we're completed. So we're going to add more resources, more experience, and more focus on those things.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Following up on that, I don't claim to be a financial guy, but I think one of the informed residents mentioned that the auditors reported significant findings in their previous year's reports, and specifically the need for proper closing procedures and control and oversight over bank accounts. And that's a year-over-year complaint, or I should say report from the auditors. It happened twice, 1 year and next year. Why is that, and what can be done about it?
So I can address that. So a comment we get, and we resolved it, is the finance department always finishes bank reconciliations within 30 days. But sometimes with those bank reconciliations, especially in a June where there's a lot of activity, they will have, say, differences they're still researching. The bank rec's completed, but the research on a few items still needs to be done. That may take an extra month or two, but the bank reconciliation was done. What the staff did not do was sign off that we'd completed a review, and they were still investigating other items. The auditors came in, they said, well, if we don't see a signature, that means it's not completed. Whether you tell us it is or not, if we don't see it actually signed, it's not completed. So going forward, we said, well, okay, once the review's done in the 30 days, sign it, say it's been completed to indicate what you're still researching, and that will eliminate that finding. It wasn't if the work wasn't done. The auditors just wanted to make sure it was documented, and that signature, that simple signature on the page, resolves that finding.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
So did the committee look at when in assessing each of the recommendations and management responses to the recommendations, did you look for patterns in previous audits?
We did, and actually I had the benefit of being on the committee for a couple of years, so I did have that, kind of historical perspective. And to George's point, yes, some of these have been repeated, but again, I think that it's really a staffing issue, and it's tightening up some procedural issues, such as what Gavin just explained on bank reconciliations. It's one thing to do it, it's another thing to just sign off on it.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
When will the June 2023 report be available for council to review?
The June 2023 was completed in March. It'll go to the audit review and investment advisory committee first, and then it will come back to the council once the audit review committee has completed their review and completed their report. So it typically takes, anywhere from 6 to 9 months to do that process.
What's the timing then?
So the council can always see the report is available for the public to see, but the report typically, like you see tonight, comes back to the council kind of in a packet with the committee's review and comments to it.
Okay.
So the reports are all available for the public to see.
Okay.
They're all out.
Okay.
Anybody can get them on the city's website. It's just that we bring them back to the council with the committee's review and report with it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to comment on this item?
Yes, hi, thank you. Laura Parisi, I'm the city treasurer for Laguna Beach. And I sent the council a note on this topic. I wanted to point out the city treasurer in a general law city is responsible to ensure that the financial auditing and accounting is being done in compliance with GAAP. So this is an important part of my responsibilities. One of the tasks that this comes out, or one of the places that this comes out is in, when we issue a bond, we need to have the audit reports by certain deadlines. And actually, it's been 3 years since we've met our deadline of March 1st. The audit for the year ending 2021 was also past that March deadline. So we now have 3 years of noncompliance. I do have a background in financial report preparation of almost 20 years. And we used to work for the firm Coopers and Lybrand. So I'm familiar with producing reports. The city of Chicago was my client, as well as city of Des Plaines. I would recommend that one of the goals for the finance department should be to actually draft the audited statements and allow the auditors to simply audit them. Currently, we have a contract that requires the audit firm to draft the statement. So they're drafting what they're auditing. I think we would get a more thorough audit and a better likelihood of having the audit done on a more timely basis. My last point was that I have had the benefit of seeing the most recent audit. I reached out to our auditors, got a copy of it, and as soon as I did, had it filed. I have to file these reports with the MSRB for our bonds. So that report was filed in April. That concludes my comments. Do you have any questions?
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Hello, my name is Vicki McIntosh. I've been a CPA for over 40 years. I've been a CFO for over 25 years. I'm very well versed in the financial arena. I'm here as a concerned citizen living in Laguna Beach while having expertise in the area at hand. The 22 report that just got presented is a year and a half ago. I think you all have asked questions about that. I appreciate it. The first paragraph under the analysis in the committee report states, despite the material weaknesses and significant deficiencies noted below, which have been addressed through filling open positions, additional training, and process improvements, the committee finds the city's financial reporting processes and internal controls to be adequate. I want you all to stop right there and look at that statement. Let me make a distinction. Yes, there was an unqualified opinion. That is fabulous, okay? The material weaknesses and significant deficiencies are not okay at all. This is a blinking light saying, hello, pay attention to me. My questions and yours should be, what supports the committee's expertise to make this judgment? Are any of them CFOs? Are any of them CPAs? And I like the committee. I'm not downgrading the committee. How many have performed audits? How many have done audit training? And let me state, this isn't the first time there have been material weaknesses and significant deficiencies. This has gone on since 2016. That's 6 years. That covers many different staff members, many different city managers, a few different city council members, different committee members, but it's still not fixed. Why? What is not happening? What is happening? What's the common element? There can be numerous reasons or excuses, however you want to look at it. This is a recurring theme. No matter what, it isn't acceptable. I can guarantee that if this was the type of audit findings my employer got, I would have been fired. I would have been fired year 1, not in year 6. So it's just not even an option. It's not okay to have that. You have a fiduciary duty to the citizens of Laguna Beach. This needs to be taken seriously with investigation into such. The award that is showing year after year certificate of achievement in financial reporting has nothing to do with internal controls. It has to do with standard reporting. You submit a checklist and a check to get that certificate. I've heard the excuses from 2016 until now. I've heard the twisted words in explaining why this occurs. I encourage you to be curious and to ask a lot of questions because this is not okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Robin Hall, and I'm a CPA. I'm a 40-plus year resident of Laguna Beach, and I'm a 40-plus year CPA. So I have a lot of experience in audit, worked for the, way back then, the Big Eight. I have tax, I have audit, and I have accounting experience. I have been shadowing, I guess you could call it, appearing at the audit committee meetings for a number of years. And I respect the committee. They are all substantial, has lots of experience. But once again, where is your CPA with audit experience? I'm talking an auditor that goes in and looks at the books. One thing I want to talk about is internal controls. Internal controls are the bedrock of your reporting. It's the integrity of the financial systems of the city. You have received material weaknesses on your internal controls. As Vicki said, that's the fireable expense reporting. Since 2016, the outside auditors have consistently reported significant and/or material weaknesses. Some of them are different, but they all have a common thread if you go back and look at the auditor's comments and read them from year to year. Consistently, it's been reported that we've had turnover of staff. We don't have the resources. Auditors do a very limited testing of internal controls. They only test the internal controls enough to be able to rely on the systems to issue their audited financial statements. They don't do an in-depth analysis. That's a whole separate function and one that I think the city should invest in. There are internal auditors and external auditors, and I won't go through all the specifics, but the external auditors are looking to issue a report. It's the big picture. It's a point in time as of June 30. But what happens to the financial statements on December or February or April? Are they accurate? You're not getting that report from the external auditors. That's an internal auditor that will check different points in time. It really is past time, I think, for the council to demand and step up and be proactive and get the software either updated or purchased. Procedures and policies need to be put in place. As Vicki said, the Excellence Award is something, really what it is in the short, is you take the audited financial statement, which has to be excellent, has to be correct because it's an audited financial statement issued with no findings. Oh, not no findings, with whatever, I can't remember the word right now. But of course it's excellent. So you send that in with $500. That doesn't buy the city anything. $500 could be used elsewhere. My final comment that I'd like to make, if I can take the time, is the bank reconciliations. In my 45 years of working as a CPA, bank reconciliations are done monthly. There is an account called suspense. If you don't know where to code it to, then you record it to the bank account and you put it to suspense and it is investigated later. But the bank account is reconciled. And I spoke with Julie, the recent manager, and last year I said, I hope you can get bank accounts reconciled. And she said, yes, she was very much in favor of it. She said, I don't understand, it needs to be done. So I implore you all to really look at these statements and let's invest. If we need more people, if we need software, commit the money, commit the time, and let's get our finances in order. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Robin. Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. I'll bring it back. Council, any comments?
Well, just in terms of listening to the last couple of speakers, and I would ask Gavin, you indicated we have more turnover in the finance department. We have our director of finance leaving for the city of Riverside, right? And we've got an interim person in there. I don't know about the software. You didn't address that in your earlier response, but the question I'd have, and maybe you can't answer it tonight, but we should certainly address it in our budget workshop, is are there more resources needed to get this problem eliminated? Because I do agree, you often see audits with no significant findings and certainly no material weaknesses, and we need to get back there. So that's the question. I mean, do you have the resources? Do we need to allocate more resources? So maybe you can come back and give us a thoughtful response to that at our budget workshop.
I can come back I will do that, come back at the budget workshop and give a more, like I said, Bob, Councilman Wayland, a thoughtful response to that. I will add a couple of comments. The finance department is going through a software conversion. So that new software will help and resolve some of these issues that we were seeing. And on a second item, getting the award for the financial statements, the presentation is a big deal. It is not just a submittal and a $500. It is preparing a report that really adds in. It's not just it's an ACFR. It's not just financial statements. It adds more depth to footnotes. It goes more in depth in disclosing information to the public that is comparable to all other cities. So it's not something very simple. And I just want to make sure people understand that it is, the award is a big deal to get. And so I just want to say that. But to come back with some more in-depth and have a deeper conversation with the finance team and see what they would need to kind of resolve these, and maybe even more resources to make sure we meet that December deadline. Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
I'm looking forward, and fortunately, it's only in a month to actually have see what Dave's comments are regarding some of these issues, to see how, as we move forward into the future, what his perspective is. I don't like to look in the review mirror. We can always do better, right? Everybody can always do better. So that's what it's really about to me. And I know with COVID and some of the other changes that has happened in the city, and with different staff members coming and going, we definitely have had our challenges, but I think that there's a lot of opportunity going forward, and I would really value having Dave a part of these conversations.
Well, I would agree with that. He's got good experience in this area, but I don't want to whitewash or dismiss the comments that a couple of CPAs have made to us that are quite alarming in terms of their language and their deficiencies that they brought forward. So I would support a more forensic audit, because I think the pattern here is going back to 2016. That's a long pattern, and I have not been asked to provide more resources on a part-time or external basis to fix these problems, and I'm wondering why. And I do think we need a forensic audit to understand what the issues are. And that will inform the council as well as the public. So I support that.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. I'm particularly interested in the implementation of the new technology and the timing of that. So maybe the budget workshop, if that could come back to us as well. And, whatever resources the department needs, I think this council is supportive of that. I appreciate the work of the committee. I also, it's so important that you guys are independent and provide kind of a check for us, so I appreciate going forward. I'm hopeful that the committee is not afraid to ask tough questions to make sure that some of these things are implemented, so that we don't have, because you guys are sort of the check. And so I appreciate that work, and look forward to hearing, getting an update at the budget workshop.
Thank you, everyone, and thank the committee for all the work. We do have a CPA on the committee. Jolie Eisner is a CPA on our committee, and we have a very qualified committee to look at both the audit and investment sides, and I appreciate your work. And we'll look forward to talking to Gavin at budget time and see what recommendations you have, because I agree, we have these kind of revolving problems. We do win an award for the CAFR every year, and we appreciate that, but if we can just knock the rest of these out, that'd be great. Okay, I think it's just to receive and file report. I don't think there's any vote required on this, so thank you, council. Okay, we'll move along to regular item 9, which is the Citizens Audit Review and Investment Advisory Committee update and recommendation to outsource the management of the city's investment portfolio.
Okay, so same committee.
Yep.
So with respect to this item, I'm just going to give you a little bit of background, and then I'm going to ask Greg to provide a bit more detail on two aspects. the RFP process and the vetting of the proposals that were received. So this committee began the process of reviewing the city's investment portfolio, examining investment reports, risk diversification, duration. We started all that back in June of 2023 and have had 5 meetings since that point in time with a lot of interaction with Laura, and we appreciate her support in giving us a lot of background on how she runs her shop. In July of last year, following the committee's recommendation to the council to pursue an RFP process, we did so. A subcommittee was formed to create an RFP, as well as review then the proposals that were received and narrowing that field down to a couple of finalists. At this point, I will hand it over to Greg, who was in charge of that subcommittee.
Thanks. Take this one. As you can see by the timeline, and as Glenn has mentioned, on June 16th, 2023, we had an overview of the city's investment program. And at that meeting, Chandler, which is a public funds money manager, was in attendance and did a presentation on the benefits of outsourced money management. I think that the committee was sort of interested, certainly, in sort of the difference in approaches. And so we kind of had talked about it and thought it was important to just let's take a look at it. And you all approved an RFP process for us to move forward to examine, does it make sense to outsource money management in the city of Laguna Beach? Come on, if you could flip to there we go. So I think what we came away with is pretty important. This is a very large portfolio, $100 to $150 million of assets that are managed for the city and for the benefits of its citizens. And as we underwent the RFP process, there were 5 pillars that kind of ended up separating the professional money management from doing it sort of as a single source. And that's the expertise and specialization, improved investment solutions, risk management, cost efficiency, compliance, and regulatory oversight. I mean, you have these organizations that are built to manage public funds. They have access to incredible resource, to pricing efficiencies because of how large they are. And that's in contrast to having the city treasurer manage this on a part-time basis. She has a number of brokers that she has access to. The brokers are not fiduciaries. Price transparency isn't particularly clear. And so we kind of felt that it was important to pursue professional money managers and actually issue an RFP. So with Gavin's help, we pulled together an RFP. We had 8 respondents. We winnowed that to 4 and interviewed all 4 and ended up recommending Meter, who you'll hear from in a minute. Couple of comments. Just again, when you think about sort of having a professional organization managing over $100 million, and Laura has done a good job carving this out as part of her other duties. We have a single point of failure here. And we need to have backup in a team. If anything were to happen to Laura, how's that going to get picked up and how is that going to be managed? So that was another one of the concerns that we had. Additionally, we did some comparatives on estimating annual interest based on average purchase price and yield. And we did that over a 5-year period. I think you guys all have that, but just to kind of give you an example of the difference between how we've managed money in the city of Laguna Beach versus how Mater has done it in Anaheim and Irvine. Over 5 years, Laguna Beach has earned an average rate of return of 187, Anaheim 327, Irvine 242. So we're talking about millions of dollars of opportunity costs there. So we felt very strongly that it was important to have an experienced public funds manager who has an infrastructure and a team and research and capabilities attached that they can go into managing this portfolio, because a portfolio of this size deserves that. So with that, I'd like to introduce Rick Phillips, who is with Meter, and he can talk a little bit about his capabilities. Here.
Welcome, Rick.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Rick Phillips, the Chief Investment Strategist of Meter Public Funds, and just a few slides just to highlight, give you more information about our firm. We work with over 400 public entities, state and local governments throughout the country, many in the state. We have about $50 billion that we oversee and work with over 40 broker dealers. That gives us a large buying power to be able to negotiate the bonds that we purchase for our clients to help increase interest income. We also take a holistic approach, not just what's the investments doing, but we look at cash flow. Is there enough liquidity to meet the needs? The longer we invest over time, we make more money, a longer duration. So we want to look at that cash flow, make sure that it's safe, the investments, but also we don't have too much liquidity. So we study that a lot. We also look at banking relationships, custodial relationships that safekeep the investments. We work with some of the largest and smaller entities in the state. So this is right in our bailiwick here, the city's portfolio, City of Los Angeles being a very large one, City of Aliso Viejo in the county, a smaller one than you guys. And the next slide. A couple recommendations we looked at is the investment policy. California State Code allows us to have a broader look at the investments and some different instruments, just more arrows in the quiver. So that would be some of the recommendations that we'd work with staff just to see, is that risk versus reward there that you want, that we do with other entities in the state. Also, we want to look at, with the short-term funds, can we deploy that money at a higher yield? Often, many entities in the state use the state treasurer's LAIF, Local Agency Investment Fund. It's an overnight liquidity, same-day liquidity, I should say. But just the strategies the state uses, its yield right now is 4.25, and we can get 1% greater, about 5.25. That doesn't seem like a lot, but when it's on $10 million, that is $100,000 per year. It does add up, just with liquidity, changing in strategy, and actually into a government money market fund, safe as you can be, U.S. Treasury. We also look at some other strategies. We don't buy a lot of callable bonds because we're thinking the Federal Reserve is probably going to start lowering interest rates sometimes. We never have that crystal ball. And so we want to, interest rates are at the highest level in about 15 years. So we look to lock in some of the long-term rates and create budget stability with that investment income. And the next one. Oh, I think that's all of them. Okay. Oh, one more. I thought there was one more. Okay. There we go. And kind of in light of the last discussion, we actually do daily reporting with just a best-in-class called Clearwater Analytics system that we reconcile to the city's custodial account, investment transactions and holdings on a daily basis. On a monthly basis, 3 days after the month is ended, the city will have their report. And then, of course, we provide all the annual reports, GASB and other needed reports. The city actually will have a login to look at Clearwater, to look at all the transactions, all the holdings, anything that we're doing in the investment portfolio. We will have regular meetings with staff, of course, but it's just a great reporting system, transparency for taxpayer money. So we definitely want to just highlight that in that aspect. And the three primary objectives of the city's investment policy is, again, safety of principal. We don't want to lose money. There's taxpayer money. And then we have that sufficient liquidity. But then also important, third objective there, but very important, is investment income. A portfolio this size can produce millions of dollars. And I've always said, doing this for the last 35 years, and I can't think of any other place in local government where you can generate revenue without charging taxes or fees besides the investment portfolio. So it is a unique way to generate additional income on a prudent basis. So that's
great. Thanks, Rick. One other thing that was really important in the RFP conversations we had is the importance of integration with the outside investment manager and our treasurer. because the treasurer is still paying bills and doing all of the treasurer role. We want to make sure that there's full integration and everybody's in alignment with respect to how those investment results get translated down to the city budget and to the spend that the city needs to do. So that was a critical aspect of the RFPs. Our recommendation would be to retain Meter to manage the city's investment portfolio. And if that is approved, I think we also came to the conclusion that we'll have to prepare a transition plan, including modifying roles and responsibilities as those might be appropriate. But I think it's a big win for the city in terms of taking our investment expertise to the next level.
Okay, questions for the panel here?
I have a question for Rick. Rick, how do you make your return on your $45 billion portfolio? What fees do you charge the city? First question. And second, is it both fees from us and from brokers, or how is it you make money? I want you to make money if we do give you our money.
We are for profit.
Because you have to be properly motivated. So I would ask that question to you first. And secondly, looking over our last 5 years of investments based on what you've seen, what is it you would have brought in for the city in addition to what were difference between the treasurer brought in and what your investment policies would have brought in, you know, obviously based on hindsight?
To your first question, the only fee we get is from the city. We transact with broker dealers, but we put them on a competitive basis to get the best prices for the city. So no soft dollars, no commissions for us from broker dealers at all. So 100% from the city. And then to your second question, I know the committee highlighted just looking at returns of some other entities in Orange County. Every city is different with risk and cash flow needs. And so is it always apples to apples just to look at Anaheim versus Laguna Beach?
No.
It's close, but there are definitely nuances. So we're always careful because we're regulated by the SEC that we can't guarantee and say that. But just looking over time, the committee highlighted that. I think that's a good representation of the difference of income. I don't know if you want to have them present that again, but.
Well, what was that number? Provide me with that.
We didn't do that analysis. They
okay.
did. Yeah.
Okay, but you didn't look at that yourself.
We've certainly looked at the portfolio, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
But back to the question of fees, you haven't answered my question.
Oh.
They directly come from the city. Are they a
Yes.
percentage of the portfolio?
Yes, it's
Okay,
based upon the assets that we would manage.
Okay.
And so it'd be approximately $80,000 per year for the 150-ish million.
It's a cascade too. It's 8 basis points on the first 50, then 5 basis points on the next 50, and 3 basis points on everything over 100.
It doesn't seem like a lot of money for an investment of 150 million, $80,000 a year. Again.
We could increase that, absolutely. So
Okay, you know,
we know our competitors very well. That's in line with what
Okay.
others charge. Again,
okay,
we utilize systems. We have a lot of computers that just are, we efficiencies there because we manage for so many entities. It helps us keep our costs low, but that's a good revenue source for us for a portfolio this size.
okay. And last question is, what is your trajectory from this, 45 million under your control? How has that gone over the last 10 years? Was it 10 years ago?
It was about 10 billion, and then it's grown. Many entities are looking to outsource, doing the same type
Okay.
of process the
Okay.
city is doing.
So it's a strong trend in your favor of outsourcing because of the returns
Yes.
you're providing. Okay, thank you.
Question for the city attorney. So who does the government code in a general law city give the power of investments to? Who has that authority?
Initially it gives it to the city council. And so the city council
In the past?
in the past
They
has
delegated that.
delegated that authority. But it resides with the city council and can be delegated.
And then do we have to delegate it every year? Or is that how we've just done it by practice?
That's actually part of the code, is an annual delegation.
So in this situation, how long would this contract be for if we were to move forward?
I think it's in the RP, it was 3 years with 2 one-year renewals after that, but I cannot remember that detail.
So, so if that, let's just assume for the sake of discussion that it was a 3-year contract, we would still have to delegate the authority every year.
Or retain it.
Or,
The council may retain
or no, we'd be
it.
retaining it
and-
because it'd be, okay, got it. And so I guess this is kind of following up on the questions that George asked, but were the parameters that Anaheim and Irvine provided for you in their investment, like are we more conservative in how we're doing our investments? Are there any significant differences in the investment policy that you see?
There's really not a material difference in the investment policies between those 3 entities.
Okay.
So,
And then can you talk about what are, are you, I'm assuming, or are you in any cities where you have an elected treasurer?
oh, yes. Yeah, we have
Which cities?
400 clients. So, any cities? So I think City of Redondo Beach, thank you.
So how
next door.
how does that sort of oversight, like what role does the city treasurer play in the city of Redondo Beach in working with you on the investments?
We have a monthly meeting with
Okay.
him and his staff, go over the economy, the markets, the portfolio, and just give an update on our strategy, what we're seeing. We talk to them because we want to hear what's the city doing on spending? Do we have large outflows coming or do we have some revenue coming? So we just interactive meeting, cash flows and strategy.
Okay, thank you. And then you were referencing the tech, like the computers, and so kind of can you tell me about what are the systems that you have to help you do your job?
From the investment accounting and strategy, that's called Clearwater Analytics, just best in class. That helps, again, we reconcile every day to the custodian, lots of technology there to help us watch after things. The other big system we use is Bloomberg. And so just that ties us into the financial markets, electronic trading with broker dealers. And then we also have one other system that's critical. It's called Charles River. We always make sure that before we do an investment transaction, it's in compliance. It will keep the portfolio in compliance with the policy in California code. It triggers if we try to buy a corporate bond that's outside of the bounds. And so the portfolio manager can't do that trade. So those are our 3 primary systems.
So the third one that ensures that what you're doing is in line with not only the government code, but with the city's investment policy.
Yes, we load all the parameters of the policy in as well.
Okay. And then how many people would be involved in if we were to hire your firm, how many people would be involved in that, whether it's like indirectly providing research or directly on our account?
We have about 35 members of our public funds team, 140 members of our company. We also rely upon credit analysts in another side of our business. So it's probably 40 to 50 on an indirect basis. On a direct basis, it'll be about 5 of us.
Okay. Thank you.
Rick, I sat in for the interviews with all the different investment firms. Did you see any issues with our portfolio I mean, I think we have some callables in there, right?
There are definitely callable bonds in there. I don't see any red flag issues that, hey, we would want to liquidate that tomorrow. So, no.
Okay.
More just, again, strategy. The one thing I talked about, moving money out of the LAIF, California LAIF, into a government money market fund with a custodian would be one of the first things we do just to enhance income.
Yeah, okay. All right. No other questions. I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to comment on this item?
Thank you. Yes, hi, Laura Parisi. I am the city treasurer, and I've been doing the investing for the city for the past 24 years. I'd like to hand out a presentation that I did in February, day-to-day investing of public funds, and it talks about with the state treasurer's office, when would a city want to outsource? I do know Rick, and I like Rick. I've been to some of his seminars, and we've been colleagues over the years. However, I am going to recommend and ask that the council not outsource the city's investment program. I have 24 years of successful experience, and what I'd like to do is, I'm actually kind of nervous because this is a duty that's actually very important to me. I've sent you a number of notes on it, but I've been trying to keep notes as Rick's been talking. In terms of expertise, I provided you with recommendations that I've received for not outsourcing the city's investment program from the largest fixed income investor in the state of California. It is the Pooled Money Investment Account. Jeff Worm is the director of investments there. I think I do have the expertise to manage the portfolio at $66 billion. It's actually larger than Meter. Additionally, I have the city has 6 approved brokers, and those firms have more experience in California and more experience in working with me on managing the city's portfolio. The next point that he talked about was improved investment solutions. You know, the bottom line is I manage the city's portfolio to the investment policy that's approved by the city council. If you want to change investment solutions, we would change it through the investment policy. There is a big difference between actually, or both Anaheim and Irvine's portfolio, and that's in the investment policy. We do not allow money market accounts, and that's been one of the big winners. I tried to get with the committee, I tried to get the camp funds approved, and the committee did not approve that. Now that's one of the options that Irvine has, and that's generating 5% monies. Each city is different. You know, the bottom line is Meter and the current investment program has the same pool of investments, and in some cases, even the same firms that we go to as brokers. So it's the same basic information. They would have to use the same policy. May I have some more time, please?
Sure.
Thank you. The next program or the next point that the committee talked about was risk management. All of these firms have risk management on staff. I checked with our brokers. Each of the brokers that I deal with has risk management in-house. I actually supervised a risk management department. I've acted as the director of investments for the County of Orange, and that's a $16 billion portfolio where I had risk managers. And I have the expertise as a CPA and analyzing companies. I specialized in insurance, so I have the expertise to actually look at financial statements and analyze as part of go through the same process that any CPA would as you're auditing, look for red flags in companies. So I have a firsthand knowledge as well as the backup of 6 very knowledgeable brokers. And I do believe I've given you the 6 firms, some of the largest in the nation. In terms of cost efficiency, you know, the city treasurer has never received even a single hour for investing. So, you know, I do the work. I enjoy the work. The city has never invested in software. I think that there's an opportunity there. The software costs would be far less than the cost of outsourcing. Additionally, you know, if you were to outsource, and you know, I really don't understand what the committee is talking about, having me work directly with the firm, because if that happens, if I retain the investment authority, I still have the fiduciary responsibility and I have the personal liability for the contract. That is something that I've taken on all these years, and I want to continue with that. Hiring an outside firm doesn't relieve you of those responsibilities. I mean, it really doesn't make sense to me to have somebody else manage the contract and then me be personally liable for it. And finally, compliance and regulatory oversight. Well, I specialized in SEC work as a CPA. I am the chair of the Legislative Committee for California Municipal Treasurers Association. My committee successfully got an additional investment approved through the Securities and Exchange Commission. I do have knowledge, and I get the regulatory oversight piece of it. I do have a backup. Each year, the council approves a resident of Laguna Beach. I think it's important to have a resident doing this type of work. Vicki McIntosh is also a CPA with similar qualifications to myself. The yields are better in Anaheim and in Irvine, but those are completely different cities. Different cities with different policies, with different operations, and cash flows are the main reason for the difference. I think Sue even had us write down the water district, and all water districts are going to have better returns than cities, and it's because their operations are different, and they tend to invest in more. They can go a little bit more risk, add a little bit more risk to their portfolio. So it's my opinion that keeping the program in-house, and in that presentation that I handed out, that was really the way the state treasurer's office went, moving to keep the program in-house because, and the main reason for it is that in-house you have firsthand knowledge of the cash flows. I can react each day, each morning. My day begins with a cash flow, and I manage the money to those cash flows. I have firsthand knowledge. You see me at each of the council meetings. I know what's happening, what's going, where the monies are going. So I think that's important. The other piece that doesn't need to be as large as there's a contingency that would have to happen. If we only met once a month with, or if I only met once a month with Rick, I would need to keep a contingency of liquidity on hand to wait for that meeting so that I can get through the next month. Whereas if I manage the program in-house, I don't need that month's worth of liquidity.
Are you about ready to wrap up there, Laura?
Sure, I'll wrap up. I appreciate the extra time that you've given me. And I do hope that you will let me continue to manage the city's investment program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to comment?
Hi, my name's Vicki McIntosh again, and I just have 3 points, and just to kind of follow up on what Laura said. Number one, the investment policy. The investment policy that you have to compare, are the policies similar or are they not? And that's very important to when you're looking at what the returns are and what you can be getting back and what's allowed and what's not allowed. The projection of the cash flows that she talked about, she has a knowledge base and a history base that goes with that. And that's extremely important. The last item I wanted to bring up was on the recommendation sheet. There were 3 items, one to outsource. I don't remember what the second one. The third one was to recommend a staff prepare a transition plan. And my question would be, why wouldn't Laura be involved in preparing a transition plan? She's the person that does the investments now. So I just wanted to bring that up. That's it. Thank you.
Could I ask a question, Vicki? It's okay if you don't want to.
No, that's fine.
So, thank you for speaking. So I get what the point about the policies are different. So how should we go about evaluating the performance of the returns? Because, like, of course, in a hypothetical situation, you could have very low returns, and that would be a problem, right? I'm sure
That is
everyone would
exactly
agree.
correct. And you really have to know that you're comparing apples to apples.
So how should we go about assessing the performance of the portfolio? How would you recommend that we do that?
You mean the portfolio as it is currently? Or
Yeah.
the historical?
Yeah, just the,
right?
like the yields, how
I
should-
know when
how,
we've looked at it, I've looked at it, I tried to go pull public information to try to do that, and it's very hard to do. It's not out there, it's not public information. That's what I've seen. I haven't spent hours upon hours in it, is what I'm going to tell you. But to say, and I'm going to compare it to this city and this city, unless you have all the facts, you can't do that comparison. So it's very hard to do that, is what I'm going to say.
okay, thanks.
I have a question related. Isn't the benchmark T-bill, the treasury bill that Laura uses, and wouldn't that be the benchmark as to measuring her success and Rick's company's success against that benchmark?
Yes.
And what is those results over the last 5 years relative to that benchmark?
I think Laura has that. I think,
Okay.
Laura, you've prepared that,
And then,
if I'm not mistaken. I think I've seen where she's prepared that. I don't have it with,
Okay.
you know, but
yeah,
I know she has
I'm
that.
just
She can
looking for a
speak to that.
total number to provide some clarity as to what can he achieve differences with Rick's firm as to managing the money.
Right.
I mean, when we look at Anaheim and, apples to apples, Anaheim's a lot bigger and so is Irvine. That's a 2.8 return relative to ours, 1.8 something, 9, almost
And
a
I think you have
point
to look at what
difference.
is their policy. You know, as Laura said, they can invest in other items that we can't invest in, and maybe we shouldn't be investing in, right? I'm not,
Rick,
so-
you manage those cities, right? So, yeah, so you would address that, the policy differences between our policies and what you manage for Anaheim and Irvine?
The primary policy differences that I saw were investing in, utilizing a money market fund. And this, like I described, that would just add a 1% with the liquidity function, which would probably be about $100,000 per year on a $10,000 liquidity balance. I looked at the last few months' reports, and that's about LAIF averaged around that 10 million mark. But from just the allowable investments, very, very similar. So, and also the investments that have been utilized, I looked at those, we study that a lot, just to, hoping this would proceed, that we want to analyze the portfolio and understand it, very similar to the other California cities that we manage. And the cash flows are very similar. There's always unique differences. I mean, Anaheim has the parks that got shut down during COVID. That was a different cash flow aspect. But you get your property taxes in April and December. You have prepaid pension. We know those big rocks, payroll, things like that. They're very similar, but that's where we work with the treasurer and others that really understand that cash flow. So we can meet on a monthly basis, but because we just know things reoccur so often, rinse and repeat on the cash flows.
So you're saying it's really apples to apples rather than.
I'm going to say apple to apples-ish.
Yeah,
It's
okay,
never
all
the
right.
same. So.
That's, thank you.
Is it possible, let me see if I can use an example here. If you took and isolated one of our policies and you understood the different options within that particular policy, and then you looked at the results for each one of those options, wouldn't that be a way to come up with a way to see how successful or unsuccessful the decision we made within the various options within that policy?
The policies allow what's legal. Then there's strategies. How long of duration will you have? And that's where the strategy comes in, and studying interest rates, the economy, things that our strategists and I do, heading up our strategy program. Then we also look at how are callable bonds doing in an environment. We don't want to look at those right now where interest rates might drop. We don't want to get our money back earlier and have to reinvest at lower rates. So the legality of the policy, that, like I said, apples to apples-ish, it's the strategy that really makes the difference on duration, interest rate risk, and credit risk. Those are the two primary risks that we study all the time to enhance portfolios on a prudent basis.
So when I believe if we do the comparison, right, to the 2-year treasury, we've fallen quite short on that in the last couple of years. Isn't that correct?
The committee did that part. I didn't look at that versus a benchmark.
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to, I mean, we can give Laura time at the end and as much time as she needs to answer all the questions. Yeah, so she knows she can be at the end.
Well, yeah, but I want to finish. Anybody want to make a comment?
Yeah.
Let me just run this, Alex.
I'm going to read something just so I don't ramble. My name's Mike Mariner. I've been here about 70 years as of my birthday last week. My family's been here since 1910s. We had a business on Forest Avenue. My early grandparents were artists, so kind of have some deep feelings about some of the foundational things about the city, but just want to read this about this topic. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity to speak today. First and foremost, I urge the council to delay this vote. The significance of this decision warrants a comprehensive public education process, allowing for input from all stakeholders. Additionally, our newly appointed city manager, whose extensive experience should be leveraged to assess our financial strategy. The staff report, spanning an overwhelming number of 100 pages, lacks a comparative analysis of our city's return on investment against other cities, such as complexity raises concerns about the depth of understanding among those tasked with making this decision. Furthermore, our city treasurer, an elected official, represents the public's trust for 24 years, seems to have been sidelined in discussions about our financial management strategy. This disconnect particularly highlight in the recent dialogues on the Voice of Laguna podcast suggests a troubling lack of engagement with her expertise. Additionally, the composition of the audit committee could be improved by adding someone with the backgrounds of the previous speakers on the previous topic. Perceptions of tension between the treasurer and the mayor, whether real or speculative, erodes trust in our city governance. This proposal to shift responsibility from our elected treasurer under such circumstances without clear benefits is alarming and calls for thorough public scrutiny. In conclusion, I advocate for a postponement of the vote on item 9. Such a delay would affirm the council's commitment to transparency and the democratic process, ensuring that all voices are heard and that decisions are made all the best possible understanding and consensus. Thank you for your consideration of these points and the prioritizing the financial integrity and democratic values of our beloved city.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Mike. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Okay, anybody? Okay, Laura, I'll give you a couple minutes and then.
Thank you. I wanted to clear up a couple of points. In Irvine, I did talk to Don Collins, who is the treasurer there, friend of Rick's. And I've been working with Don for a very long time. And his point, he works real well with Rick. He's very easy to work with. However, there's really no reason that I need to outsource. Don has to outsource because he does have a conflict of interest because he is a broker, like Rick is a broker. It's just less expensive to keep it in-house. And I think a better return on investment for the citizens. A way to do a comparison, I have seen something done, and it was at the County of Orange while I was on the Treasury Oversight Committee. The county hired a group, PFM, to analyze the investment policy to look for opportunities to improve the county returns. Perhaps that could be done in lieu of going all the way and outsourcing and taking away my investment authority. And that might identify some ways that the city could pick up funds. Don's comment was that the major difference was the fact that I can't invest in something called CAMP, which is an alternative to LAIF, which has been really slow on the uptick. And they just were a longer, more treasury-based solution. I would be in favor of delaying this decision for the new city manager to come on board. And I would really like to have some or more input to this process. I feel like I have acquired quite a bit of experience over the past 24 years. Thank you for your consideration.
I just want to ask the same questions I asked Rick. So Laura, can you help me understand what technology do you use to perform the investments?
I use Excel spreadsheets, to do my cash flows. The actual investing process I don't have Bloomberg's or what have you. I just, it's phone calls and emails. And the brokers have the technologies. All except for one, Multi-Bank Securities does have online systems that I can buy things like CDs or treasuries right online and directly from that particular broker.
Okay, so okay, and then how do you ensure compliance with the investment policy? Is there a tool that you have to do that, or how do you make sure that every investment you make is within the policy?
I audit the portfolio regularly. Each time I make an investment, I'll check it to the policy. But the brokers that are approved have also received the city's investment policy and have signed a statement saying that they won't show me an investment unless it complies with our policy and we're within the limits of our policy.
And then just the last question. So you referenced that there was software that you would want to have, but you haven't been able to get. So what is that? And help me understand what that would do.
I would love to get, there's a software out there and it's called MaxQ. It's something that's offered by one of the brokerage firms. It would help me not only with the back office, kind of the accounting side of things, but also with the front end, the security analysis side of things. It's only $15,000 a year. Jason has really cut the cost for me to help me out and get me in place. And he would provide the staff to convert our portfolio to that MaxQ software.
Oh, then, sorry, one final question. So George, is the 2-year treasury bill, would you say that's your benchmark?
Yes, that's been the benchmark of the city for years. And a few years ago, we did look at it. It's such a simple benchmark, but because it's simple and widely understood, we kept it. It's consistent. Yes.
So in the current, the item that we approved earlier, it looks like the 2-year treasury bill is at 4.64% and the current yield is at 2.41%. So how do you interpret that?
Yes, that's the tail on our portfolio. When you can invest out to 4 years, the interest rates rose so rapidly, going from under 1% to over, 5%. We just couldn't keep up with it. I do have a chart and it will show I have to struggle with the portfolio with the longer term securities. They eventually will catch up and, I should exceed it. The opposite happens though, when we're in a period of declining rates. I believe I sent to you, charts, the good news about the rising rate environment is that our actual realized earnings that can be used for government expenditures are up. In fact, I'm beating budget at this point by 60%. I tried to get that through the mid-year estimate, but that was not accepted into the record. It's $940,000. And we're expecting to see that continue to grow because the good news is as those low rate securities mature, they'll be able to be reinvested at the much higher rates. So we will see our interest income increase.
My question is, Laura, when you measure your performance against the T-bill standard over the last 5 years, how do you come out? And did you publish that information anywhere? Okay. So what is that?
Well, right now I'm behind it because we're in a period of rising interest rates, but I have an analysis that covers all 24 years I've been here. And I think I don't have it with me, but I can send it to the council.
It's the last 5. It'd be good if you know what that is. You should perhaps know that over the top of your head or not.
No.
Well, I usually beat
Okay.
the 2-year treasury. I usually do, but interest rates rose so quickly after COVID, that just didn't happen.
Okay, so one of the criticisms that been leveled is that your timing is off on certain investments because you're making long-term investments at low interest rates that maybe should have been hedged based on the forecast from the Treasury, that where interest rates were rising, hold back some of this money. What do you say to that?
You know, it's easy to look backwards.
It is, but
and,
you know when
and
Treasury
I don't
rates are
have a crystal ball. I don't hit home runs all the time, but 9 times out, I mean, overall, the portfolio has greatly exceeded budget. You know, I didn't expect interest rates to rise as quickly as they did after COVID. And, you know, there's a cost if I had not invested, there would have been a cost to leaving money on the table.
Right.
So the policy actually provides for that. The investment policy provides that I'm to earn a market rate of return. So at the time that I'm buying the securities, they're the best deal in the best deal I can find. But, you know, the market's going up or it's going down. You know, I try and intelligently look at it, but
I guess that same question goes to Rick. Then how do you know, you predict based on what Treasury says and it says we're going to probably raise interest rates by a quarter and the market tells you where it's going. How do you answer that question? You hedge some of that money, say, I'm not going to invest that in anything until I know where the rates are going.
To be fair, crystal balls are very cloudy. It's challenging. The Fed with 500 PhD economists really are bad at predicting interest rates as well. Interest rates are based upon future growth, future inflation expectations. So we look at just so many indicators that gives us what cycles have done in the past, what we think they'll do, and we just base upon probabilistic expectations.
Yeah.
That's the best we
The
can do.
modeling you do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you have software modeling you use to do that?
Tons of models.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council for comments.
Yeah, so first, to me, this, as Megan said earlier, the government code really puts the investments responsibility in our hands. And, you know, traditionally we've delegated that authority, but it's our responsibility to make sure that we're being good stewards of our investment portfolio, both to achieve safety, but also to get the most amount of money that we can get within the law and our policy and safety. Because, you know, if anyone knows the name Bob Citron, you know that government can fail, right? As the book said. But so anyway, it's a really important responsibility. And I think that we all have to take seriously. I don't think any of this is really about Laura. I like Laura. She's a dedicated public servant. I'm grateful for all that she has done for our community. And to me, this is about what is in the best interest of the city, and how are we, given that this falls within our responsibility, are we fulfilling our fiduciary obligation? When I look at sort of what's in front of us, which is an opportunity to outsource our investments, it seems like so I guess going back to what George was saying about how we our current yields are far below what the 2-year treasury bills. I don't think there's anyone that doubts that it's a hard job to make investments and to know what's going to happen in the rapidly changing world. But when I read the proposal in front of me and hear the presentation about the sophisticated, the software that would come with outsourcing, along with the fact that we'd have 40 to 50 people on an indirect basis, 5 people on a direct basis. To me, that seems like, when you have a portfolio the size that you do, that makes sense, that would be in the best interest of the city. So I am in favor of going forward. I think we sort of need to step back and look at, and this kind of goes back to the previous agenda item, but all of our whole approach to whether it's investments, but also our finance department. And we need to really modernize and make sure that what we're doing is based on best practices. And so I don't think this is something that's going to be able to happen tomorrow. I think there will be a lead time as we get set up so that we have a mechanism where Laura can be involved in the oversight of this, and we can do it in a way that's just the most effective and the most transparent way possible. So I'm supportive of moving forward with this. I'm supportive of looking more broadly about how do we, make sure that our finance department, the responsibilities of our treasurer, our investment policies, and our how we're dealing with our investments make sense for 2024. Because I think if we weren't doing that, we wouldn't be doing advancing our fiduciary interests of the taxpayers, so that's how I'd like to move forward. So I think that's what I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think.
I'd like a bit of clarification. So what we're discussing here this evening is whether or not we want to outsource our investment. But what I'm not clear about is we have investment policy in place that I'm hearing from Laura restricts our opportunities to make as much as we possibly can on the portfolio. So if we did outsource this, would we actually also alter or change our investment policy?
We would certainly bring recommendations to staff and council to look at changes that we think would be beneficial.
Okay, the reason I bring that up is, so if that same option was given to Laura, then that might change our performance as well, if in fact we have been restricted in the past.
That would change it on the liquidity side. That's putting in money market funds, government money market funds. We think is a very easy decision. The bigger aspect of returns is strategy. That's already in place in policy.
Okay. So now when we talk about in-house funds, so we have cash flow that's being managed, right, on a regular basis. And there seems to be, Laura mentioned the 30-day interim between meetings and you all and her needs to, just manage cash flow. Is there, what do your other clients do? Do they have ancillary option how to deal with investing a certain amount of funds just as it relates to their cash flow?
That's one of the biggest studies we do right at the first with a new client, just to understand those. The benefit is we work with a lot of other California cities. The cash flows are very similar. That's where we want to look at the nuances. Are you guys building a project? Things like that are unusual. There is the money market fund where the city right now uses LAIF. That's where Laura would have that daily liquidity that she would need to make payroll, make budget. But again, we know when payroll is, we know when debt service is, we know when these project funds generally are being spent. So we would go buy investments to match those outflow dates that have a higher yield, a little longer, and don't need that much liquidity. So that's where we don't need to be in a day-to-day basis with the treasurer's office, just because it's really rinse and repeat with most cash flow items. The 80-20 rule really adheres here.
Okay, and final question. If council agreed and wanted to start this process today, how do you see the input of the new city manager coming into play here, knowing that he's still roughly 30 days out? Do you still think that there's ample time for him to weigh in and have input on what we're doing here?
Our new city managers from Newport Beach, I'm pretty sure they have outsourced investments for a long time. So I could probably give you input tomorrow about that aspect. It takes about 30 days to get contracting and all that other aspects done. So
including the transition, what's referred to as a transition plan?
Yeah, we do this often. It's easily within a 30-day process.
Okay, well, maybe we can discuss that a bit because he doesn't actually come on board for 30 days. So I'd be interested to see what my other council members say. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this has been a good discussion, and I think that whatever decision we make tonight should not be, if we decide to outsource, it shouldn't be taken as an inadequate performance by our treasurer. I think some of the factors that I've looked at here, and in the end, I think I just cut to the bottom line. It makes sense to me to outsource for a fairly modest cost of $80,000. I think we just get a lot more resources at our disposal. And I'll go through a couple of those things. So first of all, this is not an unusual decision. I mean, at a minimum, there are 15 cities, maybe more, in Orange County that have outsourced already. The ones we've heard tonight that Rick's firm works with are the Anaheim, Irvine, Garden Grove, and Aliso Viejo. Chandler has another bunch, including Newport Beach and Mission Viejo, among others. So, other cities of comparable or larger size, in some cases smaller size, have done it. I think there's just an opportunity to tap into a lot more expertise. I liked some of the things I liked in particular about the proposal was the intense focus on cash flow management, and not seeking to avoid excessive liquidity, a committee decision, no one individual controls the portfolio decisions. I think that's very important. Monthly policy and strategy meetings, I think, is critical. So I think we get a lot more experience of a firm that's got a broad reach in the market and has knowledge of what other kind of public agencies are doing and what the latest techniques are. I think we get a regular and formalized review process that we haven't had to date. I think we get the intense cash flow analysis. I think we get the advantage of the buying power that was articulated earlier. And then we have a fiduciary relationship with this firm just by virtue of the role and their regulatory approvals. So I think it makes sense for us at a fairly modest cost to take advantage of this. Nothing is irrevocable, and nothing can not be rolled back if for some reason we don't like it. I think, so I think it makes sense to me to do it. So I'm going to be supporting it tonight.
I think my fellow council members have made some very strong arguments for outsourcing. I do believe where we can improve quality of our services and a return on investments, we should outsource. And appreciate the committee's work on this as well. I do want to say I'm very reluctant to do this because we have an elected official who's in charge of it for 24 years. And I don't think it's a reflection on her position or her job performance, because you guys have 50 people and she's one person. And it brings a lot of added benefits to, I think, to the return portfolio that we can manage. But I know Laura disagrees with that, but I would rather wait until Mr. Kiff came back in early May to make this decision, because I think he did add some input. We haven't really rolled it out to the public, should we? I'm not sure. But I would rather we wait till May to have Mr. Kiff, who's got a lot of experience in this area. We also have to decide on number 3, who is the oversight managing your firm? And you're going to be the primary key contact, right? Rick?
Yes.
Okay. So, the question is Gavin going to do it? Along with the committee of Laura? Who is it? Don't we need to make that decision tonight if we're going to outsource, if we're going to approve number 2? Question for staff,
No, I could answer that. No, that would come back to the council. So the council's decision tonight is really if you're going to move forward with outsourcing, we would come back with that transition plan.
In when? Well, who would come back with it, and wouldn't council determine that, or?
Yes, well, we try to come back, I don't think at the next meeting but by the first
Or
meeting in
request
May, we
staff,
would come
okay.
back with
Okay.
how that transition would work, because there's some questions to be answered. We would want the council to see exactly how that would be laid out to make the appropriate decision on.
Okay. Well, I would only say that if I do vote for this tonight, I'd have to have Laura guaranteed a very significant role in this and a voice in it. And I know it's not going to be daily, whether it's quarterly or whatever it is, and what those roles and responsibilities are, how to oversee the outsourcing. Thank you.
Just a couple comments. So I sat and listened to, I'm the liaison to the investment committee. So I sat and listened to the interviews. We whittled it, the committee whittled it down to four firms, and we listened to all four of those. Three of them were, were very good. One was, not appropriate for Laguna. They did a lot of homegrown reporting, and like, if you want to report, you got to talk to Sue. No, anybody else? No, just Sue, kind of thing. But what really impressed me most about Meter was, well, first of all, they did some analysis on our portfolio, which was helpful. Second thing is, just the tool suite that they use, and they look for best in class. The person that came with you, and I can't remember who he was, Jason?
Jason.
Yeah, very smart. And I think they kind of gave the committee a good level of confidence with their expertise. And it was a unanimous choice, and then that was shared with the rest of the committee. So I think overall, that went well. I'm going to support the recommendation. I don't think we need to wait for Dave Kiffer making a very responsible decision here. I don't think really there's any need to wait for that. I do think that it also makes sense when our portfolio is pretty big now. It does make sense to have more expertise on board than just a single person, because if you think about your own portfolio, would you just invest with a single person? Probably not. But anyway, having said that, I think we have an actual really good option with Meter here. I appreciate the expertise, and I'm looking forward to working with you guys.
One thought on the staff preparing the transition plan, and this may address part of George's concern. I think the new city manager should weigh in
Yeah.
on that. So
Yeah.
I think it should come back to us after he's on board, which is sometime in May.
You mean that part of it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm prepared to approve the outsourcing, but item 3, the transition plan should have the review and input of the new city manager. So
Yeah.
bring it back either the May 14 or May 28th meeting.
Well,
Would be my suggestion.
presumably that would include the contract too, right? Because we're not approving a contract tonight.
That's correct. So
So-
include that as well.
So the new city manager will be involved in negotiating that contract and in the transition plan. So I think.
But question for Bob, though, should we, on this number 3, shouldn't we give some direction so Dave knows really what we're asking for? Or would you just want to leave it open?
I don't exactly know I took sort of at face value. I don't know what went here other than staff and the whole staff, the city manager on down. Staff needs to prepare a transition plan. Presumably it's got to include Laura as well, but I'm going to leave it to staff to figure out the transition plan and bring it back to us sometime in May. Am I missing something?
No, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to get clarification.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want us to give them any direction or not. I just want the roles and responsibilities to be very clear. Whatever it takes, if it takes with council direction now or with Dave.
For me, I think Laura's been doing this 24 years. To say that we'll just look for staff direction when I don't think she has been consulted with the audit committee itself, didn't even meet with her at all in doing any of this process, which is disappointing. I would have to say I'd only vote for this if she had a direction from council to have a significant role in the oversight.
Well, I just have to say, George, that's inaccurate. So I'm going to set the record straight
That's my
here.
opinion.
No, I'm the council liaison, and I was at the meetings. I didn't actually see you there. So we did have an RFP. The council said, go ahead and create an RFP. We said Laura could participate, but what happened was Laura decided she wanted to participate and also submit. That time Sean Joyce, the interim city manager, said you can't do both. And so that's how this whole thing unfolded. So we went along, the subcommittee went along with that direction that she wasn't going to, no, Laura, we're done. No, we're done. No. I'm
Mayor,
talking,
please,
George,
point of order.
George, right now, I'm talking, and if you want to talk about out of order, it's you. So that's how we handled it. We had, Laura didn't submit. So she wasn't part of the subcommittee. She did make a submission. She did present at the very beginning that she presented and Chandler presented. I think that was the June 16th meeting. So she did have a chance to present. So that's actually not accurate. But anyway, just want to correct the record on that.
Can I ask a quick question? Do you have any tools or recommendations that the city could use? I'm sure you do, but just that we could use to keep the public abreast of what we're doing here once we get started?
Yes, and just to address, our treasurers that we work with are just integral in the transition as well as the ongoing, really the point person for the city, just to make sure that that's clear. That's who we work with the most.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. And then, sorry, I lost my train of thought on your main part.
So what do you have available to the city?
Yes. And so that's primarily our Clearwater analytics reporting system where the staff, we could all get you logins if you're bored, that you could look at the transactions and the holdings on a daily basis. And then again, that's being reconciled every night. And on a monthly basis, the report is with all the transactions, the holdings, strategy, compliance is all presented, and it should be part of the city council package each month.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion here?
So I would move the recommended action with the direction on 3 that the transition plan come back after the new city manager's on board.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that's 5-0.
Can we take a break?
Council, you want to take a break?
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to take a break for 15 minutes. We're back here. So next item, item 10 is request to remove a property from the historic register at 2055 Catalina Street. And we have a report from Martina.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Kemp. I'm Martina Crone, Principal Planner, and I'm presenting this item this evening. But before I begin my presentation, I wanted to note that just recently in the last couple of days, we did receive some public correspondence, and we have not had the opportunity for Historic Resources Group, our historic consultant, to provide response to those comments. So it's staff's recommendation that the item be continued to provide time to get responses to those comments and then return for council's consideration that includes those responses to comments. So given this, I'll ask the council if they wanted to forego the presentation and continue the item, or we can still do a staff presentation on the item and have deliberation.
I'd rather have deliberation. I feel like, I guess I'm trying to understand what the staff, why.
So let me ask the question here. So along the lines of what, so if we had the staff, we still can't make a determination because we have incomplete information tonight, right?
Yes, well, and ultimately, the recommendation provided in the staff report noted that the project would have to come back for council's review because we don't have a resolution prepared. So the project would be, any action the council took tonight would still have to return to review the resolution.
Go ahead, Megan.
I think that we want to have the full record. So we want to have the response by HRG who wrote the report as for council's consideration before a decision is made. As to whether you want to hear part of, the presentation tonight and ask questions, you certainly can do that. It gives, if there are questions that we don't have answers to, staff can obviously come back with that too. Or you could continue the item and hear the full item at once in one single hearing. It's just at the preference of the council, how they'd like to proceed.
Yeah, I would prefer to hear it at once myself. I think it.
Me too. And how about the rest of the council?
Yeah, I'd rather hear it once, but I guess I've got a couple questions on this when it does come back, which is, and this was actually in Larry Noakes's letter, but our code section 2545-004E says, after appropriate environmental review pursuant to CEQA, the decision to remove a resource shall be considered at a public hearing by the city council following a recommendation from Heritage. Well, we have the recommendation from Heritage, but the staff report here says, if the council decides that the request should be approved, further CEQA review will be required. So, can we get the CEQA review done in connection with if we're going to continue this and bring it back, can we get the CEQA completed? Our code seems to contemplate that.
I think the recommendation is to continue it so that that additional information is provided prior to making the CEQA determination. So you have that information in front of you prior to making that final determination.
Well, I don't understand because walk me through the code section. What is the code section inapplicable here?
No, it's applicable. I think that there's a cart and horse problem on some level. The city's CEQA analysis, if the council agrees with the findings in the historic assessment, the delisting of the property from the historic register does not constitute a project subject to CEQA. So I think that's why it was presented in this manner, is there's looking for consideration as to whether there's agreement with the historic assessment. But effectively, the HRG report is like the fundamental analysis that the city would engage in for the CEQA analysis. So that component has been completed. So I think CEQA has effectively been processed for purposes of delisting.
So what does this mean in the staff report? Further CEQA review would be required before the city can act on delisting.
I think there was some confusion as to from our office with staff in that the HRG report was completed. And so I think that was why it was stated that way. I think that the our CEQA team's advice is that if you delist it based on the HRG report, that would not constitute a project for CEQA purposes. If you want further analysis on the on the HRG report, however, then that would be need to be contemplated at this time or with further direction.
Well, what I recall, and I can't remember the exact item that was before us, but it was one of these before, where we got into a historical analysis and there was a report, a historic resource report. And I thought we had given direction to staff that we wanted these things peer reviewed. In other words, you have a report that's prepared at the request of the applicant, which is fine, he's entitled to do that. But I thought we were going to get these things peer reviewed by somebody that the city selected. So we were going to have that level of analysis to work from. So
So in this instance, this was something that the city hired the historian to conduct the historic assessment. So it was not something submitted by the applicant. It wasn't acting as an agent of the city. So typically in that instance, we wouldn't have a peer review.
Okay.
I think that's in line with sort of the direction council provided in the past.
So we selected a
Correct. It's one of the
okay,
historic consultants on our list.
I misunderstood the report then. I thought this was the applicant who was selecting, requesting it, I guess, but we selected it.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Just a question for the city attorney, just going forward, this is the second time where we have, is it that every time we get comment before a meeting, we have to address that comment, or should we expect that we have to do continuances on every, you know what I mean? Because it's almost like a pattern.
Yeah, great question. No, I think the answer is no. I think in this instance, we want the record to be clear. The comment letter was very detailed, and the ultimate issue is that we need HRG to respond and not staff. And since HRG doesn't work for the city, we can't so mandate them to respond so quickly.
Okay.
So, but I appreciate your question, and I appreciate council's concern about continuances. You guys prepare significantly for these items. We want to hear them. We want to keep business moving. That is certainly the goal of staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm in the minority, but I'd rather hear this item, and then if there's any further analysis that would need to come back, because it's going to have to come back regardless, I'd rather have deliberations, and then if there's issues in the record or something that would come back, that could come back at the next meeting. But it sounds like, but I'm fine. It sounds like my colleagues want to continue, which is fine.
So are we all good to continue?
Yeah, I think we are. I mean, do you also want to entertain any of the public comments on this?
Well, that's what I was going to ask Megan, just to clarify, we can take public comments on the continuance, but not on the.
We're not taking action on the item. So
Yeah.
if the council action is to just continue,
Yeah,
we can take public.
we can only take public comment
for
on the
that purpose.
continuance. Anybody want to comment on the continuance only? Okay.
Hi, my name is Kathy Yerka. Thank you for this. I think I support the continuance, but I'm guessing that it might have been my comment letter. My comment letter was submitted to Heritage in October. So I didn't mean to have it be a last minute drop. I was out of town and this was off my radar, but that was months where HRG's opinion. And I think it's really great that you want to do this. And I'm gathering that it's a result of having a new city attorney who just wants I's dotted and T's crossed. My only concern would be that if you bring new evidence to council, should it return to Heritage? And maybe Megan has thoughts about that. Should they be considering that evidence as well? But anyway, thank you for your time. And again, I'm sorry that this came again for a second time last minute.
Okay, thank you.
You know, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Gene.
Mayor Kemp and distinguished members of the city council, my name is Gene Felder. I live at 2680 Park Avenue. I haven't talked to anybody about any organization I belong to, so I'm speaking as an individual. I want to praise the city council. Whatever it was, 6 months ago or a year ago, you said, if agenda item is going to be postponed, we're going to announce it at the beginning of the meeting so that people who are watching the Minnesota Twins and the Dodger games don't come down here and sit for an hour and then find out that all along there's a letter and the thing is going to be postponed. So congratulations on making that decision. Please enforce it.
So Gene, I think the difference here is we kind of were waiting till the last minute to see if HRG responded. So we didn't want to take it off if we got a response, but we went right down to the wire and then we said we don't have it yet. So that's what it is.
Well, as I'm used to doing with my wife, I apologize.
Okay.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Clark Collins. I'm here as a resident, not a Heritage Committee member. Regarding the continuance, I think I would advise or suggest that it might be important to, because it's such an important decision, to peer review it, to get it, you know, this HRG report was not consistent with some of their other reports on very similar properties. And since it's such an important decision, the city, I know, contracts with other historians. It's really important that we get this right. And I don't think they're right. You know, yeah, I really think it's important that you take a hard look at that.
Clark, I don't know. I don't go to Heritage meetings because I'm not the liaison, but so do you guys make findings? I mean, how do you
We make
arrive at a decision?
recommendations. So we make
Okay.
recommendations to you all, to DR, to.
I know that,
planning
but do you make findings? Like when council has to make findings, like if there's a variance, you have to make the findings.
We
of the variance.
focused on, we look at 11 criteria for placement on the historic register. They found, HRG found that none of the 11 criteria, this property met none of the 11 criteria. Heritage disagreed. I disagreed. I thought it met criteria number 3 and criteria number 6. I sent you an
Okay.
email late today.
Yeah.
Regarding that. I just think occasionally they get these things wrong. And it was so blatantly different from similar properties that share similar characteristics, similar size, similar style, similar age, where we put them on the register. You know, we put things on the register that have many more changes. This thing is all original. I mean, this house is a great example of a beach cottage. So anyways, I'm just saying, if you could look at some of the letters that were submitted and maybe, address it with another historian for a decision of this importance, I would appreciate it. I think it's worth it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Larry Noakes, and I'm working with Nick Ralston, who is the owner of this house. I'm sorry that Clark got into the merits of this case. As the chairman of the Heritage Committee, or a member of the Heritage Committee, I think the issue is we need to have HRG respond to the late submitted materials so that we have a coherent record that we can all address at the same time at a hearing. And I think it makes sense to get all of that stuff before the council in one basket so that we can look at those facts, I think, as George said, and do an evaluation, because it is important. There is one historic assessment in this. It was obtained by the city. It was not obtained by Mr. Ralston. The question is, if it were to be peer reviewed, who would peer review it? It's the city's agent. If Clark wants to hire a historian, or he wants to advocate against this thing, that's his business. But I think the historical assessment is done. It is the only historical assessment that is before the council tonight on this record. And we're prepared to go forward on that, but we want to have HRG have the opportunity to at least review the comments that were made and late submitted by the opponents. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing.
So this is a larger question, I think, than just the matter before us, but, the Heritage Committee makes recommendations, right? We have very brief minutes of summary of what they did, but we have no record because they're not recorded. We have no record of their debate like we have with DRB or planning. So I think going forward, if we're it looks like we're going to continue to get these historic issues. I think, and this probably goes to Gavin, we need to have, you know, a more complete documentation of the Heritage Committee deliberations so that they can be part of the record and we can incorporate them, because I think they are entitled to some weight, and maybe the city attorney, and when this comes back, can speak to that in the report. I mean, I don't think Larry's suggesting that if you get a historic report that concludes one way or the other, that's the end of the story, that you can't, members of the Heritage Committee and or council can't input and reach a different conclusion than the report states. I don't think he's saying that. But I would like that when the report comes back, I would like the city attorney to analyze what latitude we have in terms of making a decision, whether it's, to uphold the report or how do we deal with that, and how do we deal with the other testimony from other parties? Because it can't be just that it's black and white, that you have to adopt the finding of the historic
Preservation.
the assessment. There's got to be more that goes into it than that. I don't know what it all is, but I was intrigued when I read that today. So I think that by deferring it, we also are going to have an opportunity to get a better understanding of kind of our role of review and how we should approach it.
Can we continue it to a date certain for everyone involved?
Yes, please.
Okay. What's the soonest that we can get this on an agenda and have the city attorney's office prepare what Bob recommended?
I think I was looking at the in order to also update the staff report and provide all the information, the May 28th meeting. I didn't get confirmation from HRG that they could make that. I think the June 11th meeting they're both options. So I don't know what the schedule looks like, Jeremy, for those two meetings.
If I had to pick a day between May or June, it'd be June. Latter agenda. Okay, a little more time.
What date in June? The first
It would be
11th?
June 11th. I'm sorry.
Well, can we just say June 11th for now, and then we'll just work on the agenda later? I mean, we can talk about the agenda, we can talk about it after the fact. Why don't we just say June 11th and we see if we can do better?
If we do move it up, we'll have to renotice it, is
Right.
the only thing. So,
Oh, okay.
but
Well, you sure, Gavin? I mean, Is it
We discussed having a peer review. Is that something other council members would support? I would.
well, I mean, that's a kind of a policy. I mean, I don't really know about that. I mean, I want to have a peer review every time someone doesn't like the result of something, because we will be reviewing everything. I don't know. What are your thoughts about that?
I misunderstood it. I thought this was, we'd had situations in the past where it was selected by the applicant, and apparently this was selected by the city. So on this one, I'm willing to let it go with what we have.
Yeah, the whole idea of that is in the event that the applicant has his own review, it just assures objectivity. And in this case, we selected the review. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
If when it came to us, there was reason for us to dispute it, then that would be the appropriate situation to do that hypothetically. But I don't think now would be that time because we're not even hearing the item in front of us. Unless there's evidence to suggest that there is a need for a peer review, I wouldn't feel comfortable ordering one.
Well, as Bob mentioned, even if there is a peer review and we reach a different conclusion, we have that ability. We don't have to go with the recommendations of the review.
I guess it's just, yeah.
So Gavin, in looking at the schedule, I feel like we could put it on the 28th. When
It's
I look-
always the discretion of the council. It just makes for a longer evening.
Well, I mean, we have South Laguna Beach conduct, including the berm, then we have the tree removal planting policy, public art ordinance and policies. and halted pickleball analysis, which I'm not doing. Anyway, so I think we could do it. I think we could fit it on the 28th, would be my opinion.
I recommend we pick the 28th. In the worst case scenario, if we're not ready, we can continue it
Okay.
again, but it's easier to kick it out than it is to move it
Okay.
back.
Council okay with that?
So if we get a motion to leave the public hearing open and continue to May 28th.
Yeah.
And just briefly, I did talk to the city attorney this evening regarding, or earlier today regarding heritage and the keeping of the minutes at the meetings. And there's been a lot of, I'm city council's liaison to the Heritage Committee, and we've had a lot of discussion regarding the ability to record the meeting. And it's for this exact reason why we've been trying to find a solution and a way to record the meetings. So maybe we can schedule some time, Gavin, to sit down and really explore some options on what we can do to refine this moving forward.
So
Mayor, may I make a comment? Just
Sure.
Because it's minutes.
Sure.
So I just want to remind everyone that the purpose of minutes is so that you know what that body decided as a body to do. And looking at the minutes on page 133, 134, 135, it covers what their concerns were regarding the report and why they made a recommendation to you. So I just want you to focus on the point of the minutes from these appointed bodies and what they give you, because chances are you're not going to, while you're looking over the 136 pages of your report, also going to review however long that Heritage Committee meeting is, but you can. That's up to staff and you on resources. I just want to make clear that the minutes are meeting what the general code and what you should need as far as making your decisions from these bodies. So I just want to keep the focus on what the purpose of minutes is.
I get that, but I just think, can we just do video recording? Is it that complicated? Do we have to have a meeting about video recording of the hair? Because I think it's from a transparency standpoint. I think when you're making decisions about people's property rights, I think it should be recorded. So what do we need to do to make the next meeting recorded?
It wouldn't take, you would have to have it, everything is here in this room to make that happen. So we would just need to make sure, I don't know where the Heritage Committee meets, but you could do it in here and you could videotape it and it would be put on the city website for all to view. Yes. As long as it's in this room, all the equipment is here. So it wouldn't be difficult if it's in here. So.
Sometimes they hold it at the Suzy Q for other scheduling reasons, but we can overcome that with.
We can overcome those things. Absolutely. So.
Okay. Okay, so I'll move that we keep this item open and continue it to the May 28th city council meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that's 5-0. Okay, next item is resolutions and appropriations related to the sale of bonds for undergrounding utility assessment district 2014-2 Woods Cove.
I'm going to recuse myself because I live in the district.
Okay. Good evening, guys.
Good evening, Mayor Kemp and fellow council members. I'm Pierre Sawaya, Senior Project Manager of Public Works. With me is Tom Perez, our Assistant Director of Public Works. And we're here to present the sale of bonds for the Woods Cove Underground Utility Assessment District 2014-2. On December 12th of 2023, a public hearing was held to tally assessment ballots for this district. A weighted majority of the cast ballots voted in favor of the project proceeding into construction. As a result, staff then began work with the bond finance team for the sale of the bonds. Property owners were provided the option to pay their assessments in full during the cash collection period, which began on December 28th. And a total of 139 prepayments were received for this district, totaling nearly $4.8 million. The bond finance team decided upon a 25-year term public offering with an estimated 4.56% true interest rate. This bond term is similar to the bond sale that was completed for the Diamond Street District last year. After factoring in prepayments and other project revenue, the bond proceeds total $8.425 million, with the bond sale projected to occur on April 25th, followed by the bond closing on May 9th. And construction is then estimated to begin in late June or early July of this year. The table shown here provides an overview of the project's expenditures and the revenues. The expenditures generally consist of construction, incidental expenses, and the bond issuance costs. And while the revenues consist of the bond proceeds, the bond premium, cash prepayments, and the city contributions made to the project. The total project cost is estimated at approximately $16.45 million. The Assessment Deferment Loan Program is designed for property owners who may have financial difficulty in meeting their financial obligations. The City Council adopted revisions to the program late last year to open the program up to more applicants. To date, 10 property owners have applied and been deemed eligible for the program. However, one applicant met most of the eligibility criteria except for their total assets slightly exceeding the $1 million threshold criterion. So as a part of tonight's recommendation, staff is asking for council to determine if this one applicant can qualify for the loan program despite not meeting all of the program's criteria. Per previous city council actions, the deferment loan program has a budget of $700,000, which is enough to cover the assessment obligations of the 11 applicants for up to an 18-year period. That is assuming there are no sales or transfer of properties within that time frame. If there are no sale and transfers, then staff would return after the 18 years for additional appropriation into the program. That brings us to tonight's recommendation, which includes the adoption of 2 resolutions related to the sale of bonds as stated or as shown. It is recommended to approve the purchase of public offering bonds at a 25-year term with a true interest cost of 4.56%. Authorize the use of the deferment loan program for qualified applicants. Determine if one applicant who does not meet the eligibility criteria can qualify for the program. Appropriate $16.45 million for construction and other related expenses and authorize the city manager to expend the appropriated funds. And authorize the city manager to make advance payments to the utility companies for construction services totaling approximately $3.38 million. And that concludes this report. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Pierre. Any questions for Pierre?
Pierre, question. I seem to recall when you guys took bids a year ago, is the bid good till mid-June or something? Construction bid?
It is. The contractor holds the bid for at least 1 year, and we've already begun getting the contract signed with them, so we should be good to go.
Okay, so construction here will start sometime in June?
We're anticipating late June, early July.
Okay. And then, and this may be a question more for our bond counsel than for you guys, but so I think it'd be helpful to explain that there were originally $14,389,122 in assessments. We had a bunch of prepays, like $4,768,000. So you had this kind of left unpaid assessments of $9,628,97. The bonds are going to be less, so because of these other sources of revenues. So I think it might be helpful to explain to the public and members of property owners in the district what will happen at, with those assessments once we lock in the final amount of bonds. I mean, how that, I think for people who prepaid and for the existing assessments, will they get adjusted? I think they will, right?
Correct. So for those who prepaid, they've met their assessment obligations. We will make those adjustments. The numbers came in more favorable than our original estimate. So those adjustments to their assessments will be made and reflected on the property tax roll when it does hit their property tax bills, I believe as soon as fall of 2024.
Okay, so the assessments will actually go down a little bit from what's currently recorded. So that's good news.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, that was my only question there on that. Thank you.
You think questions for Pierre? No, okay, open the public hearing. Anybody want to speak on this item? Oh, okay, good. Close the public hearing. Bring it back.
So could we just walk through the timing from here for the bond sale? I mean, what'd you say again, the bond sale date was?
Correct. So the bond sale is projected to occur on April 25th, and that would be followed by the bond closing on May 9th.
Okay.
So once that closes, we'll be able to kind of move forward and pencil in a construction date for the project.
Okay. Okay, that's all. That's the only question I had. Looks good. Thanks for everybody for their work on this.
This is a long project and a lot of work.
I had a quick question. I heard that in the West Street District, they're putting like PVC pipes so that if you wanted to do fiber optic or something like that in the future, that option would be available. Is that happening here?
Yes, where we are placed, we have a street light system that's going in with the project. So where we are putting in our city-owned street light conduit, we do plan to put a spare empty conduit for any kind of future fiber or telecommunications use.
Great. Do we do that on all the undergrounding projects?
I don't know if that's been done on all of them in the past, but it is something that we are implementing on all
Great.
projects moving forward.
Appreciate all the work that you do here.
Here, I have a question. This number 4, determine if one applicant who does not meet the eligibility criteria can qualify for loan. What do you want us to do there?
The staff, met most of the criteria, for example, age, income. There is one item where your assets are not to exceed $1 million. From speaking with our finance folks, it seemed like they slightly exceeded that criteria. So staff is asking for council to make a determination if they make an exception for that applicant to be a part of the program.
Mayor, I can comment on that. We are recommending you include the applicant in that, in the deferred loan. They were close enough to kind of almost meet the requirements, and we think it's important to keep them.
That's fair. Anything else, council?
So I guess we've got six recommendations. I would move the recommended actions, and then with respect to recommendation 4, make the determination that the one applicant be made eligible for the deferred loan program.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Good work, guys.
Thank you, guys.
We're going to take just a quick break because our terminals aren't working here. So somebody kick Okay. Okay. So where were you?
Temple, Arkansas, 4.5 minutes.
Was it, it was awesome, huh? Yeah.
And 37 dollars. Oh, my God.
Best, you mean the best part?
Arkansas people. And there was lots of business.
I saw Ken and Jeb on the way to the airport, so I saw them going. Okay, so this item 12, consideration to establish a local housing trust fund, and I will turn it over to Jennifer.
While Jennifer's getting the PowerPoint going, I just want to quickly just identify that staff is returning from a presentation that the City Council received from the Housing and Human Services at its December 12th meeting, where the action was based on that presentation for staff to review, conduct a feasibility assessment, and then return and present with its findings concerning the city forming a local housing finance trust. So Jennifer will be presenting this evening, but I'd like to acknowledge her efforts as well as the efforts of Housing and Human Services Committee to develop and bring this complex item forward. So with that, I'll give it to Jennifer. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. First, I want to start with some basics, what a local housing trust fund is and how we might establish one. So first, it is a pool of money. In simple terms, it is a mechanism to amplify our existing funds to support affordable housing. And how we establish that is primarily through the adoption of a resolution that would establish the local housing trust fund, adopt guidelines, both administrative and loan guidelines, and then authorize the city manager to apply and execute the appropriate documents. In addition, we would also request that the city be able to issue a notice of funding availability, or NOFA, and more on that in just a minute. And I do want to highlight before I move on, the administrative guidelines were recommended for changes by the Housing and Human Services Committee, and there was an error in production. And so the administrative guidelines that are Exhibit A to Attachment 1 in your packet did not include those changes. We have passed out a red line copy on pages 3 and 4, include the changes recommended by the committee. Why would we consider establishing such a fund? The Housing and Human Services Committee, or HHSC, identified 3 key reasons. One is it would provide a mechanism for ongoing affordable housing investments. 2, it would demonstrate the city's commitment with ongoing revenue. And 3, it would promote the city's efforts to support affordable housing. So the question is that different than what we have now? Yes and no. So it's not different in the sense that we do have existing funding and revenue sources, namely the Housing in Lieu Fee Fund and the Housing Fund. The Housing Fund is supported by ongoing revenues. It is the same as what we have now in terms of the potential to promote those funds. We could, if City Council wished, issue a notice of funding availability for the funds that we have. What we don't have now is an opportunity to seek matching grant funds through the state's program. Some of the considerations that you'll want to take into account and provide recommendations if you see the need to change them. Target population and priority programs. So after we took a look at City Council priorities, the committee's recommendations, the art market study, and the housing element, we've presented 3 target populations of artists, seniors, and the local workforce. And the priority programs include rent subsidies for seniors and artists, ADU development, construction for new multifamily or rehabilitation of existing affordable housing. Also, the Senior Aging in Place program that was previously funded by in lieu fee funds, the home repair program. And so we do want to make sure that we incorporate that opportunity into these funds. And then a recommendation from the Housing and Human Services Committee is to ensure that we have that other programs category in our administrative guidelines. So as programs come up, we can make sure that we are addressing those. The next thing for consideration is sources of revenues. The Housing and Human Services Committee took a look at several different sources of revenue. The recommendation in your resolution this evening is to use those funds from the Inclusionary Housing in Lieu Fee Fund and the Housing Fund. And just to highlight again, the Housing Fund is supported by two different revenue sources at this time. These are actions that were taken by City Council in 2022 and 2023. It's a portion of short-term lodging, TOT or transit occupancy tax, and up to $500,000 from the property tax. This differs from HHSC's recommendation, which included some land, and I will talk about that in just a minute. But in addition to what's in your resolution, the Housing and Human Services Committee did recommend, as part of the next budget adoption process, to modify the methodology by which a portion of the short-term lodging TOT is input into the Housing Fund, and then also to do a new dedication of $100,000 annually from the Parking Fund. Next, with the application and this opportunity for matching funds, want to go over some limitations and then some requirements that we would need to include in our application to become the most competitive. So first, on limitations, this is the last year of a 5-year cycle for the funding for the Local Housing Trust Fund grant program. We don't know at this time if it would continue. There are regional and state advocacy efforts, but we don't know whether that will move forward in years to come. To be the most competitive that we can be on the application, there are two key considerations for City Council this evening. One is making sure that we're committing our grant funding to a specific income household target, and then also issuing the availability of funding, or the NOFA. So first, I want to talk a little bit more about income targeting. To compare what our options are between the different sources of funding, at the top we have what we have now, is the Housing in Lieu and the Housing Fund. And that allows us to fund all levels of affordable housing: extremely low, very low, low, and moderate. The next row down, you have the Laguna Beach Housing Trust Fund, if we chose to establish that. 1/3 of the funding would be required to fund extremely low housing. And then we would also be able to use anything above that 1/3 for very low and some low income households. There are some limitations there. And then most restrictive, which is why the Laguna Beach Local Housing Trust Fund, if so established, would give us more flexibility, is the Orange County Housing Finance Trust. Although we are a member, their goal and their funding goes to all extremely low, also known as, commonly known as Permanent Supportive Housing, or PSH. Next, I'll go over the notice of funding availability. This is, again, a key to obtain the most points that we can on the application. And we'd want to include the recommended funds, which are the Inclusionary Housing and Housing Fund. The Housing and Human Services Committee did recommend including city-owned sites. Those sites would have to go through the Surplus Land Act process, and then also to ensure that we're asking for the appropriate matching funds, we'd want to complete an appraisal to determine the value of that land. Just a note on the right-hand side is that the committee did recommend at their meeting last month that if the City Council did not support including a city-owned property in the NOFA, that they would recommend allocating additional funds to have at least $2 million as a city matching fund for the grant. And just one other note on the NOFA is that there was a recommendation that, if available, the subcommittee for affordable housing from the Housing and Human Services Committee would help staff review those proposals. We do have a tight timeline, at least estimated, and so there would be some constraints there. The recommendation before you this evening is in 3 parts. One is to adopt a resolution which would establish the Laguna Beach Local Housing Trust Fund, adopt the appropriate guidelines, and authorize the city manager to execute the appropriate documents. The second recommendation is to authorize the city manager to issue a notice of funding availability. And the third is to direct staff to return to city council to review those proposals responding to the NOFA. Other recommendations that you may consider include directing staff to return to council during the budget process with those funding changes we mentioned earlier. And if desired, direct staff to review the NOFA responses with the Affordable Housing Subcommittee. This concludes staff presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. That was a good report. Questions for staff?
Yeah, I have a question. On the program priorities, it has rent subsidies, seniors, artists, and ADU development loans, new multifamily development, rehabilitation of affordable units, senior aging in place, other programs. I don't know what the other programs are, but I thought we talked about looking at buying existing sites where there would be low-income housing, so we preserve what's already here rather than looking for new sites. First question there is, and then the second question is on ADU development loans. We have no evidence that the ADUs developed so far have fulfilled their goal of providing affordable housing. Do you have any of that data with you, Jennifer, at all, of that the program has worked?
Yeah, so I'll start with the ADU loan question. In terms of data, we don't have any data available over the past 2 years of annual progress reports to show that the ADUs are actually less than above moderate, that they're affordable housing. We are working on a form to request that those submitting for ADU building permits fill out so we can start collecting that data. In this instance, if we did an ADU program, it would have affordability requirements and the property owner would have to sign an agreement.
Okay. Okay. So that would provide incentives to 10 years or something to keep it affordable.
Depending on what
Loan.
part of the program, 10 to 30 years, yes.
Okay. And what about the purchase program? Doesn't it make sense to purchase existing low income so it's modified and turns into higher income apartments, rentals?
Yeah, so in terms of the local housing trust fund, a project could apply to purchase market rate housing and rehab it into affordable housing, or they can rehab existing affordable housing if it's run down. Now, we did talk a couple meetings ago about a community land trust, and I apologize, it is confusing, but that effort, the community land trust, would have a strong focus on acquiring market rate housing and turning that into affordable.
Okay, so this isn't the vehicle for that. Okay, thank you.
So couple of questions. First, thanks to the committee and the staff for putting this together. It's a excellent and rather long report, but worth reading. So first of all, it looks like the main ask here is for, additional funding, right, from the city. So what is the application date for the Local Housing Trust Fund grants? When do we have to get it in?
So the NOFA has not yet been issued for 2024. Last year, it was issued in April and due May 14th, I believe. As of last week, it's the Local Housing Trust Fund team with HCD said their intent is to issue it in April, but it has not yet been published.
Okay. Because what I'm wondering is, with respect to, and I think this is somewhat in the staff report, with respect to additional funding, we're really going to be best able to address that at our budget workshop, not really tonight. So would that may or may not be timely, huh?
That may not work out.
Okay. Well, assuming we don't put, the recommendation originally was to put Tiamo in, and we've talked previously about, and it sounds like maybe the committee's pulling back from that recommendation, but we talked previously about doing various things with the Tiamo money. So I don't think we're going to likely put that site in. What's the recommendation then, or does staff have a recommendation as to how we get to 2 million, if that's what the committee's recommending?
So that would require an additional $603,000 in allocated funds. And staff does not have a recommendation from which that would come.
Okay, do we have the money, Gavin?
Sometimes the microphone's broken. So we just went through a mid-year process, just a month ago, and your typical pots of money would be in, for example, LL, there's some funding there. Your parking fund would have a way to get there. But of course, we're now, I always caution, we're right in the middle of kind of completing the budget process. So a 600,000 take, you would probably have to go to the bigger pots where I know there's money in the parking fund, for example, that could be taken. And I'd have to go back and look at it pretty closely, but that's usually the biggest pot.
So are we going to recognize the additional investment earnings that we, in the May 14th?
We are.
And that's about 900,000, something like that?
Well, I know that comment was made, and we will be recognizing higher revenue, but for example, that 900 we could bring back early, but a lot of that investment return was built around the money we got for South Laguna. So since we got that money right around 21, 22, I think it was 22, a lot of it was invested at higher interest rates. So we wanted to take a longer look, and hey, that money's got to go back into South Laguna. It can't be used for
We already
anything else.
committed that, yeah.
Yeah. So, but there will be higher returns programmed in for next year's budget, but the 900,000 that the treasurer talked about is a lot of that's going to South Laguna.
So Gavin, didn't we say that all the money would go, any money that was made off of that goes back to South Laguna?
Yeah,
We
no, it
couldn't
has
use it
to.
for anything else. That's what my recollection was.
Correct.
We already
Correct.
To
committed
keep us
that.
from doing what we're talking about doing.
Correct.
Right.
Well, I guess my question was really that, I mean, if, given this timing that we're hearing, right? I don't know how we get to the committee's request.
So there's what, 950,000 in the housing and lieu fund? Are we talking above and beyond that?
There's 447 in the budgeted amount for the housing in lieu, and then 950,000 budgeted in the housing fund as of the end of this fiscal year.
So, or can I ask a question, Mark?
Good.
Sorry to interrupt. So this is the last year, as far as we know, that this matching, that we can turn $1 into $2. Is that as far as we know?
As far as we know, yes.
If hypothetically we took money out of a fund and we don't get awarded, are we committed to using those funds?
No, and in fact, we can assure ourselves that we're not by adding in the resolution in one of the provisions a phrase before one of the existing sentences that says, if the city is awarded, then we will transfer the funds. So it
Yeah.
gives you that flexibility.
Well, and it's like if we didn't get the money, they don't have anything to hold us to do.
Right.
We could do whatever we want.
Correct. We do have to sign a contract, and it's at that time that we would have to show the funds have been transferred
When would we know, do you think?
in terms of the contract.
Yeah, so when would we get a decision?
The NOFA hasn't been published. So just based on last year, the applications would be due in May, and then it's typically a few months later, so fall-ish, that we would know.
That's not too bad.
Because it seems like the trade-off that we're dealing with is if you don't put the money in now, you're not going to be able to turn $1 into $2, right? And if you do go forward with money that and you don't get it, then that money you don't really lose anything because you don't have to commit that money. Am I understanding this right?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other comments?
So is the idea, is it already baked in that we would take the money out of the housing and lieu fund and put it into this?
It is, and that's identified in the resolution itself as well as the administrative guidelines.
So that's already accounted for. So we're looking above and beyond that. And one of our sources is the parking fund.
Right, and specifically 447 from the housing in lieu and 950 from the housing. So those two specific amounts.
So do we have any, what about street lighting? We have money in there? Sorry to put you on the spot.
So the council can always make decisions, and I think that's where the budget workshop, I think it's on May 14th, might be helpful because there are things we do, we say baked in, but you do make transfers, for example, from the street lighting and from LL into the wildfire. You can, you could temporarily suspend, or not suspend, but you would temporarily reduce it for 1 year for the 600,000 to get it in. There's options like that, and the workshop would be the best place. You kind of see it all, and then
So
we
can
can come
understand.
back with some absolute recommendations on where we think would be some options of where you could take it from to meet it. But I mean, I have, I know there's obvious pots of money like the parking fund, but I don't have a full analysis to give you any other locations that you may get it.
When's the workshop? The 14th?
The workshop is May 14th.
And
I'll
so
make sure.
that's pretty
Well,
tough.
why don't we open the public hearing and then kick this around at the end?
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'll open. Who wants to speak? Got the A team here. The A team is here.
Good evening, Mayor Kemp and council members. Excuse me, I'm Joe Hanauer. And literally, I prepared notes, but listening to the excellent presentation Jennifer made and the questions that you asked, I'm going to modify everything that I prepared. So Councilman Whalen, you mentioned that the main thing tonight is the funding, but there's three things that were sort of baked into the proposal. One is, in order of import, one is to create the fund, meaning the entity that can receive funds. Second is to actually receive the funds that Jennifer was referring to. And third is to direct staff to move forward with applying to the state for these matching funds. So those are three action steps, and there's some others Jennifer mentioned, but these are the three that we emphasize. And why a local housing trust fund and why now? And the reason is that having one place that becomes sort of the recipient for all housing related funds for affordable housing can help matching funds when they occur. We don't know when others opportunities will be there. We know about this one that may be here, and this may be the last year for it. And also there may be private funds, and there may even be private land, and there may be private houses that might be contributed. And so as a result, it's one place. It also, while the city could apply to the state without having a separate house fund, a separate housing trust fund, I believe Jennifer can confirm that. The city won't be as convincing as the establishment of a separate fund, a dedicated fund, because of the view that if money goes to a city, generally it could be a long time till it finds its way to the intended purposes. Let me add a couple of other things in terms of committing the funds now. Any developer that's going to be looking at affordable housing in Laguna Beach is going to be looking for some kind of city assistance. You're already aware of some discussions by parties that are looking at committing to affordable housing. And so the funds are going to be needed, and we have this opportunity to double whatever we pull together now. The other element is that this is like a free look, meaning the city's not committed to do anything if it gets the match. It could look at the conditions of the match, and it could determine if there are adequate places to put this match, and if so, it can move forward. And if it decides, gee, we don't like the terms, we don't like the conditions, it can leave. The other thing that the city might take a look at, and Jennifer, your comments would be helpful on this, is I'm not certain if in fact the funds, and this ties in to Gavin's comments, I'm not sure if the funds actually have to be there at the time that the application is made, or whether a commitment, a firm binding commitment from the city can be there, conditioned on the city agreeing with the match conditions once it receives those. So we think it's a no-brainer for the city. It's a free look for the city. it gets this, and we do recommend that the city really move forward with establishing the local housing trust fund now, the Laguna Beach Local Housing Trust Fund now, because there will be other opportunities, and we don't want to have to, again, sort of put everything in the works to get it moving. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay, money. The key here is it's a free look. So first there's the Alice Court, which is another 350,000. That loan's going to be paid off. So you add that to your, whatever you're milling for. But, and the commitment, if you stick to it, is paid out over time. So if you're going to add $500,000 a year, the housing fund, that money is available. But the key here, and Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I understood is you say, okay, we got $3 million as a matching fund, and there's a point system. You got to match 50% to get the points. So, and you don't get the money, take a pass. You get the money, but you don't want to put up 3 million. You renegotiate, you can reduce it to 2. All the state cares about is they'll only give you 50% of what you put up if you want to take a walk. And so what I'm going to recommend is you say you give direct staff to do a 3 million commitment. Step 1 is city attorney determines is this a free look? Even if they give you the money, you could say, you know what, we don't want it. Because that's our understanding. And Jennifer did a fantastic report, by the way, just amazing. But that's our understanding. And this is the last look. It's a free look. It's crazy not to do it and do it big. And because there is, we got Quilter wandering around saying, I want to get the money out in my lifetime. There's other money that could help make the match. So you go in big, and you don't have to prove where the money is. You don't have to have a project. If you identify a project, we all know there's a real good one floating around that helps you get more points. But it's just a no-brainer, guys. Just.
Cody,
Yes.
are you saying to increase the fund to 3 million, not 2 million?
Yeah, or go 4.
No, why? I mean, from where? From what source of funds? Come on.
Oh, okay. Because, if you get the money, if you get the grant from the state, you say, okay, do we want to put up more? Can we get public donations for more? Or you know what, we only want to go 2, sorry, state, we're only going to take 2 from you. And so, Jennifer, because it was the idea that you could get a grant for multiple projects and they all wouldn't happen. So you might not take all of the grant, and all the state cares about is that you match. So, am I saying it correctly, Jennifer?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah.
But so that's the impression we've been left with. And so if that's correct, why not? And are we ever going to do any affordable housing? We got 0 so far, and there's nothing coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody.
Hello, Barbara McMurray, member of the Housing and Human Services Committee, your palate cleanser. I'm not going to call you crazy, but I am going to strongly encourage the City Council to adopt the resolution for the Laguna Beach Local Housing Trust Fund for many good reasons. And my comments are more general. As you know, we've done next to nothing for well over 2 decades in terms of expanding housing options in our city, which is, excuse me, boxed out people of modest means, including artists, older people, those who work in our eateries, our hotels, our shops, offices, and even city staff. Last fall, I received an email at my city email address from a city employee who I assume worked in public works or janitorial or something, and he was desperate to find a place larger than the 1-bedroom apartment he had in Orange that he shared with his wife and his 2 small children, 1 and 4. Imagine living in a 1-bedroom apartment with 2 little tiny boys. And he said he'd been searching diligently, and he told me what he had done. He was searching for 2 years and had placed his name on the county's list for low-income housing. When that list opened up to no avail, And I had nothing to suggest to him other than looking at listings on HotPads and Trulia. And it's people like this man who works for the city, who makes our city beautiful and clean, who need to believe us when we say that we're working on it. We all want to believe that we're working on it. Thank you for everyone who has worked on it, especially Alex and Bob and Jennifer Savage, especially too. To that end, we of course need to fulfill the housing requirements of the 6th cycle housing element and retain and build on having a lively community, especially downtown. I'm happy, as you all are, to warmly welcome Dave Kiff as our new city manager, and I was really excited to learn about his deep background in housing issues. I'm loving the way this is lining up. It's a great opportunity, and a housing trust is a path that's been nicely paved for us. There are significant projects that could go forward with a relatively small assist from the city in the form of matching funds, but we must act with alacrity. As a side note, and I'll just say this, since the Tiamo property has been deemed as not appropriate for affordable housing itself, its sale would be a tidy way to generate funds for that goal as matching funds for housing grants. Oh, we realize there are many competing needs in the city, but should there be any dollars available, we'd like to raise our hand for a chunk of it. We'll just get in line, take a number. And I'm looking forward to seeing the talented new city manager apply his expertise to apply for state matching grants. As Jennifer Savage stated, how much longer those matches will be available is uncertain, so the committee urges you to support the Housing Trust. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Barbara. Come on up, Jackie.
Hi, Jackie Shafkin. I'm a member of the Housing and Human Services Committee. You've heard from me about this before, so I won't bore you with the same things. One of the reasons that, of course, we recommended that Te Amo be included is for this idea of matching, because if it's worth $3 million, let's say, then that is actually the same as cash. So when they match grants, I just want you to understand that's why we understand that that's not going to likely happen, but that was our thinking. You don't have to come up, the maximum that you can get on this local housing trust fund grant program through HCD is $5 million. So that's why we recommended that land be included. And if land cannot be included, the $2 million is a number that we came up with because it's a bigger number. It's makes it more possible for someone else who may be interested in developing housing on a different site, a non-city-owned site, to have enough funds. So given the timing on this and understanding that that's tricky, but I do believe you had a mid-year budget report that identified the areas of funding that were going to exceed revenue, where it was going to exceed budget. And I also think some of it was parking. I think there was excess in, I won't say excess. I thought from last year, there were kind of carryover funds from the cultural arts, like a couple $100,000. I know you have to come up with some buckets, but I would say looking at the mid-year report and where we exceed anticipated revenue might be that's probably where we should start. I don't know off the top of my head about TOT tax, if we thought we were going to exceed budget for the year based on the mid-year report, but I thought we did. So parking, these are, I think, easy sources that the city council may be able to commit to, because I do believe that when we submit, we have to have the sources identified and actually that they need to be on deposit. So if Jennifer submits a housing trust fund grant application in May, they need to be kind of on deposit. Now, do they need to be segregated into this account by that date? I don't know that that is the case, but they're going to know, they need to know exactly where the money's coming from. So, so those are for your consideration. In any event, I thank you very much. And I thank Jennifer for your consideration of setting up the Housing Trust Fund, not just for this year, but for the long-term future. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. We'll bring it back to council. You okay over there?
Just one question. I should know the answer to this, but just on the income limits, on the income targets. So the 1/3 extremely low, is low 80 and very low 60 and extremely low, what's that? I forget the percentage.
Yeah, almost. Low is 50% to 80%. Very low is 30% to 50%, and then extremely low is below 30.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of, I mean, I think we should move ahead and establish this and authorize the notice of funding availability to go out, but the revised from the one that's in here, which contemplated the Tiamo property going into it. And, you know, Tiamo property, we've talked, the idea was, I guess we could change all this at the budget workshop, but that we were going to sell that property that was going to go build the fire station. We still haven't funded the cost of construction of the fire station. So
Right. It's on our agenda for the 23rd.
Tiamo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tiamo's on the agenda.
Well, I mean, that may just be a decision to sell it. It doesn't say where we're
Yeah.
going to put the money,
But still.
But you know, Gavin, we adopted these resolutions last year. Because what I'm thinking about is if we take money out of the parking fund, it ought to be, we can maybe just for short term to do that, to get this dollar amount up, we ought to replenish the parking fund. Because aren't we, under these resolutions, weren't we going to, it says here, an estimated 500,000 from property tax or TOT will be added to the housing fund annually. So under those resolutions we adopted last year, we've already got $500,000 going in, right?
We did. We did $500,000 when we adopted the budget. So that was the first $500,000. Because we knew the property tax estimate at that time, which went back in 23, was going to be over what we originally estimated. Going forward is what the council had adopted was once we make the property tax estimate, if it comes in higher, we'll transfer in up to 500,000. And then after that, it goes back to the general fund. So that's the first thing. The second one is, I think it's mentioned in the report as well, that any transient occupancy tax for short-term lodging units approved after July of 2022 go into the housing fund. So there's two revenue sources. One, which is the short-term lodging, is more dependent. The other one obviously is dependent on how well we do or I don't do on the property tax estimate come this year.
And Gavin, what has been the TOT on the short-term lodging from 2022 to?
So what I was told, it's around 70, it's gone up, obviously. So it's coming in around 70,000.
These are all the new ones, and how many more do you expect it would be additive?
I
think
couldn't
we
make an
let-
estimate. I just know right now you're getting about
We
70,000.
we have a maximum of 300, I think, in terms of, and where are we with that, do you know?
I don't know the number of units. I
Okay.
just know the revenue. So
Okay.
I know we're getting about an extra 70,000.
Yeah,
So
the staff report says 75.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bob, is what you were saying that you could potentially use the parking fund now to get the match and then replenish it with the 500,000 that's coming on in the future?
Yeah.
Is
that's
that
what I
what
was thinking?
That makes sense?
Or replenish it with some of these investment earnings that might be available.
Yeah. So end up with the same amount of money in the parking fund, but you turn the housing dollars from one into two
Or
essentially.
what we were, or some of these, what we were going to put in
Yeah.
there, we'd replenish the parking fund with. So, I mean, be interesting. So we've got about $1.4 million in there. I mean, if we took another $1 million, we could, and it might take some time, but we could just replenish it. We'd have $1 million in the parking fund.
Yeah.
You have $1 million in, yes. And I couldn't, because I don't have the budget sitting in front of me, so not an analysis, but I don't know how long it would take to repay it. But yes, you have $1 million in the parking fund.
Well, we could then authorize, I see what council says, but we could just say, we'll take $1 million from the parking fund, add it to this. If we get the grant, it's matched. If we don't get the grant, it
Goes back to
reverts,
parking fund,
right?
yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we just have to figure out, maybe we'll talk about this at budget time, because the parking fund becomes a piggy bank for a bunch of other projects. And I want to make sure that we're not using the same money 3 or 4 times over with all these projects we're doing.
Well, I wouldn't be recommending taking it out of the parking fund except for the timing.
Yeah,
I mean, that's, and only if we
yeah, I agree.
replenish it.
Oh, I
so.
get it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we do need a permanent source of regular funding that's substantial, and we have to figure that out, whether it's an increase in the TOT or, a tax on vacant properties. that, gets us 500,000 a year or more, where it's not hurting anybody either.
Right. I have a question. Is the grant, does it have to be specific to one project?
No, at this time, it covers the general programs. And then what we would request is to be the most competitive, to be able to issue the NOFA that would identify potential projects, hopefully more than one.
So then would this trust fund be subject to all of the restrictions that were mentioned actually earlier by Tony Eisman as far as occupancy, and would the whole trust fund be restricted by that?
Correct.
Yeah, I understood years ago, there's a list of 6,000 people waiting for low-income housing in the county, and it's a lot. So I don't know how you get around that, and I guess there are ways, but I don't.
And is the only reason why those restrictions would exist is because of the fact that we're taking the money from the state, the grant from the state or federal government?
I'm sorry, I may have misspoken. Mrs. Eisman was talking about restriction on income levels. Is that correct?
No, restrictions on occupancy. So could it be local workforce employees or?
So the city of Laguna Beach doesn't have a tenant preference policy. There's been some discussion about establishing one. But if we had an affordable housing development project, when the application came through, depending on what state laws they use to come in as ministerial instead of discretionary, there may be some limitations on how much we can prefer local tenants for those housing projects. So yes and no, definitely not 100%.
Thank you.
But maybe to ask that somewhat differently, if our money's not, our money doesn't create any of those restrictions.
As it exists today, no. You do still have to be in compliance with fair housing laws. So you likely would not be able to restrict a project to 100% Laguna Beach residents. You still have to have fair accessibility. So I should actually correct myself. They do have the same restrictions in terms of tenant preference. You still have to be in compliance with fair housing.
Meaning you can't give a preference? I mean, can you give a preference and then open it up to the public after?
Correct.
Yeah.
Largely what you see is dedicating a percentage, say 25% of the units to locals. And then if for some reason you can't fill those with locals, they could open up to general.
And if I could just note on a local preference policy, if the city were to adopt one, to Jennifer's point about having to comply with fair housing, it can't have a discriminatory effect. So the city has to step back and look at the effect of its fair housing law or its preferences based on the demographics of the community. So it and times can be difficult to achieve if it's going to result in a discriminatory effect where certain groups are likely to result in getting the housing.
Another question I had was I think the goal from the Housing and Human Services Committee in the staff report is the reason for doing a local housing trust fund is because the regional housing trust fund is more focused on permanent supportive housing and MHSA dollars and transitional housing, et cetera. So Jennifer, what do you think about, there's a lot of references to like that a shelter could be a potential project under this NOFA. Does that need to be in here under the guidelines, or is that something that we could take out and keep the focus on affordable housing?
You could strike the breadth of projects that are included in the NOFA.
Okay. I think I'd be in support of that. Do we have to go through line by line, or could you just kind of the transitional housing and the emergency shelters, could you strike those references if that was the council direction?
Correct.
Okay. I'm kind of just speaking I know the council kind of has to make a decision about what to do short term, but I think longer term, I'm going through the list of the sources here. And first of all, I think this is just it's probably one of the best staff reports I've seen since I've been on the council. And I think other cities should just copy and paste this when they talk about the local housing trust fund and looking at the trade-offs of how to consider it. I'd like to look at, we currently, so for our parking fees, we're capped by the Coastal Commission, but I've spoken to our assistant city attorney about the idea of, for example, when the festival's here and we have, we're at peak capacity for parking, if we could charge more for parking on the basis that it's not restricting coastal access. So if we were able to do something like that, to me, that's an obvious opportunity where we could increase the revenue from the parking fund. So I'd like staff to kind of going forward, look at opportunities like that. The second thing is the Laguna Beach Tourism and Marketing District Councilmember Orgill. And I think in the next year that'll be reauthorized. And so if there's a 10-year reauthorization or any number of years, I'd be interested in building artist live work housing as part of that funding stream, of course, in collaboration with the hotels. And then the final revenue opportunity that I would see is the biggest nexus that I see of taking away housing is short-term lodging. And so we've talked about the tax issue, but also if the Coastal Commission could allow us to assess an impact fee, which the government code allows us to do if we can show a nexus. So if we can demonstrate that when you're turning a house into short-term lodging, that you are taking away from the housing stock. So you should have to compensate for that. So if that's something that we could look into, I don't know if there's a Coastal Commission issue there, but I think that just makes sense. And then the final thing related to that is right now the hotels pay an effective, they pay a 12% tax rate and a 2% assessment rate, so at 14%, where short-term lodging units, as long as they're not, I think 4 or more units, they would only pay 12%. So it's not a lot of money, but if we could look at, and I know Bob and Mark are looking at revenue opportunities, but that could be something to look at, of just having equity between the effective tax rate of short-term lodging and the effective tax rate of hotels. So that's my input, and I like the direction that Bob, you were going with your suggestion.
Yeah, I was just wondering, so I was going to talk to Michael Litchi about this along the lines of parking to get some more revenue, and it seems like we could add a lot of parking meters, because as you go south, we could put a lot, since the sidewalks are going in, we should be collecting a lot more revenue down there. So that might be another source of,
Good idea.
steady income. But that's something I want to talk to Michael about, because I've been thinking about that anyway, and there's a lot of gaps that we could fill and get some more money for that. So that would be a good source as well. I wonder about the parking requirements. We have to have we have to have a half a space. I don't know if that's going to be a disincentive for additional housing or not. I don't know. I've been thinking about that. Like, if we had a place for people to, so say there wasn't any parking, we had a place for them to park, they pay a monthly fee, and we put them, back behind City Hall or something, where that would encourage more housing. I don't know. It's something I've been thinking about.
I think on the parking and coastal, we have to go back. We only had a 5-year approval from them. And we had to go twice. They dinged us the first time. We had to go back and go with the second rate. And I think maybe the end of next year that we have to go back. So I wouldn't stir that pot until we have to go back on the larger question of an overall increase. But I think your point is still, I think we should include that in the next round.
Because I think we already did, weren't we allowed to do 2 increases in that 5-year period? Or was it?
I think we had annual increases, but
Did though?
yeah,
I thought we had, like, for surge pricing, we had, okay, well, whatever.
I think we had annual, but it ends at the end of 5 years, and I think we're in like year 4.
I think so. And I think what Mayor Kemper talking about is the dynamic pricing they do with the downtown. during the
Yeah, that's what
summertime.
I'm talking
So
about,
that
yeah.
does raise it up. Yeah, but it was 5 years, I think 10% a year, and we're coming to the conclusion of that.
Right.
Yeah.
So does that Coastal Commission agreement apply to new meters as well?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, come on, let's look for loopholes. So let me ask you a question, Jennifer, regarding the fair housing laws and the artist housing. And there is some legislation out of Sacramento that deals with just artist housing in communities, correct? So does that mean that that is for our artists or for artists around the world?
That would be artists around the world.
Thank you.
Okay, any other, Bob, do you have some more?
No,
Okay, so should we get a motion going here?
And Mayor, if I may, just, there were some questions about whether we need to have the funds on deposit or not. And per the guidelines, which are attached in the packet, when we receive the agreement, if we are so awarded the grant funds, that is when we need to show the funds are on deposit. So not just yet.
so we can defer. the
Correct.
source. Okay. Well, then,
That's new, that's a good piece of information.
yeah, well, it's good. It
Yeah.
gives us some flexibility.
Yep.
Well, I'd be supportive of increasing, for the application, the grant application indicating that we had maybe just pick 2.5 million. That's roughly another million, 1,000,001, right? Something like that.
What are you saying, Bob? Sorry, say it again.
I was saying that, we have to I was saying for the grant, we're authorizing applying for the grant, right? I was saying we could indicate in the grant that we have $2.5 million to match. And that's about $1 million more than we currently have, roughly $1 million more than we currently have. So if we gave that authorization, and then it sounds like we can identify source down the road. And then on the second recommendation on the NOFA, so Alex, what were you saying? It's got to be redone, right?
About the like shelters
The
and
types of,
transitional housing.
Yeah.
Keeping.
So how would you do that? You've got to, even the draft NOFA in here has to change. So what do you want for direction on that?
Staff heard to, it was suggested and could be part of the motion to strike those two uses from the draft NOFA. And then if I could just clarify on the sources of funding, you would identify the source now, but it does not have to be on deposit in the local housing trust fund until we obtain an agreement.
Oh, okay. So
Sorry about that confusion.
we do have to identify the source. All right. Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we, recommendation 1, we'd approve recommendation 1, recommendation 2, we'd authorize the city manager to issue a NOFA with the amendments that we talked about tonight, which is no land contribution and eliminating the 2 uses that Alex had mentioned. We direct staff to return to the city council on May 14, 2024 with the results of the NOFA. And then I guess a fourth recommendation would be we would authorize the parking fund to be identified as the source of funding for the balance to get it up to 2.5 million, with the proviso that that will be repaid to the parking fund in the next fiscal year from sources to be identified by council.
I'll second that motion.
You all in favor?
Just- Sorry, and to clarify, in return, if not awarded, that last part to the parking fund,
Oh, if not,
conditional, if not awarded, return funds.
Yeah, that's
yeah, if it's not awarded, it would
Yeah.
it would revert, and we
back.
have a larger
Have to.
conversation about funding housing.
Okay,
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Good
Thank you,
report.
good job.
Yeah.
Good committee.
Appreciate it. Okay. Hey,
Calm down, Cody.
hey,
I wasn't gonna give Cody 3 million, no way. 2.5 the most.
Cody, you got 3 million laying around. Come on, man.
Well, thanks to
I know, I'm gonna call him about that. No, we're not done. Thanks, you guys. Okay, thank you. Thanks, guys. The next is actually my request, and this is for, so Chris Thalman has notified the staff that she is not going to be able to perform her duties for a period of time starting April 11th. And both Don Sheridan and Debbie Neve are experienced. They were termed out, but they're experienced and able to fill in for probably 4 or 5 months for Chris. She does want to come back, but she does need some time. So I guess the idea would be we select one of those two to fill it. Debbie, I think, is not available on April 11th. Do you know what the schedule looks like on April 11th, Gavin, for design review?
I don't have the design review tentative.
No, I don't either. I meant to look it up and I forgot about it, so.
Sorry.
Okay. So I'd open the public hearing on this item, but there's nobody here, so close public hearing. Okay, does anybody, so I guess we have Dawn or we have Debbie. Does anybody have a preference?
Like Debbie Neves, she's fine. She's been there before.
I'll select Debbie.
Yeah, Debbie works. Don needs a break. He just got off.
Yeah,
He can rest for a little bit before he gets back involved.
okay. Everybody okay with Debbie?
Yep. I guess there's no public hearing.
Oh,
I guess
yeah.
you gotta open and close it, right?
I already opened it. I
Oh,
closed
oh,
it.
you
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, she did.
It was very fast.
Very fast. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay. So we have to adopt a resolution. Can I get a motion?
So I move the adoption of recommended actions 1 and 2 with specification of Debbie Neve as the of alternate and to be filled into section 3 of the second resolution.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay, so Debbie's appointed and we wish Chris a speedy recovery. And I just have one more item. I just wanted to ask the council a question. So I've been talking to Joe Mosca, who's the CEO of the Orange County Power Authority. They're interested in doing a workshop with us, probably sometime in July. So they'd come in for an hour and kind of give us an overview on how they're doing, what cities are coming in, what they're doing organizationally. Would the council be interested in that?
I would be. I think, let's see what they have to offer.
I would do, what are these two? Do we have these appeals or?
No, we're getting those. No, we have to process these.
We have to continue. Well, for the.
We have to process them. Let's
appeal-
just finish this discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, so, okay, so we're on count. Okay, sorry, I'm slow.
yeah. So Councilman, I'm just asking if the council would be amenable. But-
Fine with me.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so we have, okay, we got 4.5 or whatever.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're on council items
Yeah.
for future.
Yeah.
Okay, I have one.
Okay,
So I want to bring, I think that we're one of the very few cities that I can even find that has mandatory real property reports. And staff and I met with, and our deputy city attorney met with the city of Newport Beach, who recently made their real property, or they call them something else, but real property reports voluntary. And I've spoken to, I think, probably like 15 real estate agents, and none of them think that there's a need to have mandatory. So I would like to bring an item back that gives the council analysis of that issue, because I think it takes up a lot of time from staff and creates a lot of unnecessary uncertainty for the community, not to mention the added potential, even though we're not supposed to be liable for anything. I think it just has led to more problems. So I would like to support to bring that back. The discussion on that.
What's your motivation for that? Just Alex?
I just think we should be looking for ways to streamline government. And there's really from what I can find, there's very the argument for mandatory real property reports, it's like really serving no one. Like I can't find a good argument for them in their current form. So I just think this is gonna help staff. It's gonna help the public, and it's gonna help the city ultimately.
Okay. So it just saves time and, okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So I don't know if there's support for that.
Well, I think you, under our new guidelines, you need, if there's 3, then a staff report will be prepared. Is that right? So I'd support that.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just clarify on what you want brought back? You just want analysis, or do you want
I want to
changes to the code?
Yeah, recommend that we make the real property reports
Okay.
voluntary.
Thank you.
Voluntary. Okay.
I agree with that, but can we just make sure we don't have any, there's no real reason why we need to do it?
Yeah.
We did have a problem with processing before, but we fixed that, but, because I was holding people up for months because we were slow, but, okay.
That's what I'm wondering, why we started doing them in the first place. If
Mhm.
there was some kind of legal issue that encouraged us to start doing it.
I don't know. That's a good question.
For your
I-
time.
Okay.
I will find out.
All right, Megan. Good. All right. Okay, so we have, this takes us to Appeal A, which is been withdrawn. Hello? Do you want,
We have a staff presentation if you're interested.
so it's been withdrawn?
It's been withdrawn. We do still need a motion on the withdrawal,
Right.
and we would request that you add a condition of approval as stated in the resolution.
The property owner and the neighbor like worked out an agreement effectively, and so they want a further restricted condition. And so we've presented a staff report to allow the withdrawal, but impose that further restriction that the two parties
They both
agreed
have
to.
agreed to?
Yes, they've agreed to it.
Okay, well, that's a new one. Good. Okay, if I'll open the public hearing on this. Anybody want to speak on this item? No? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Okay. Let's have a motion.
Move the recommended action.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, good. Thank you for hanging out for that. Okay, next is, next is Appeal B. This has been recommended for a continuance. And this is appeal of design review, board approval of design review. I'm not going to read all the things, but it's at 1560 Sunset, retaining wall spa, elevated decks, exterior remodel, and landscaping. So do you want to make a comment on that, you guys?
No, just the applicant is in agreement with the continuance.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Seeing none, close public hearing.
So I'd just like to make a comment because we had, a couple years ago, we had agreed that appeals, which tend to be lengthy and, that the staff reports would get to us like 2 weeks ahead. We're now back to the Thursday before the Tuesday meeting. So I just wanted to remind staff that that was the direction from council, and it seems to have evaporated. So it's very difficult to get these staff reports on a Thursday, especially when there's 2 appeals, and have them all processed, and understand them and get your questions answered by Tuesday, which was why we backed them up, some period of time. So I would just urge staff to try to start backing them up again so we can get them sooner.
I think the date we tried to get them out is we send them out the Thursday before the council meeting, so it's the week prior on that same Thursday. And so we may have lost a step maybe in the last month or so, but we'll get back on that to get them out early.
Right, and these 2
Thank you.
were posted the week before the full agenda. Just FYI.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
These 2 tonight were posted the week before the rest of the agenda.
Okay.
Did we get them, Anne Marie?
Mhm.
Oh.
Mayor, for the recommended action, I think we have a date certain for that we would propose moving this to.
Yes, May 14th.
Yeah, okay. Let's have a motion.
Move continuance of the action until May 14th.
Second, all in favor?
Continue the
Aye.
public, continue
Okay.
the public hearing to that time.
Okay, great. Thank you, Council. Okay, we're adjourned until April 23rd at 4 PM, closed session.
Thank you.